This one for you.
I got my phone on record right now.
We ready?
Hello everyone, Jeremy Smith here for the Heartland Poker Tour. We're at the Hollywood Casino in St. Louis, Missouri. We had 444 players. We're down to our final 9. Let's give our final 9 players a round of applause. In the 1 seats, we have Greg Wood from St. Charles, Missouri with 555,000 chips. Let's give Greg in the 1 seat a round of applause. In the 2 seat, we have Joe Landazzi with 800,000 chips from Des Plaines, Illinois. Let's give Joe in the 2 seat a round of applause. In the 3 seat, we have Bill Burns with 1,815,000 chips from Wentzville, Missouri. Let's give Bill in the 3 seat a round of applause.
I knew you'd have a lot.
In the 4 seat, we have Steve Green with 715,000 chips from Wentzville, Missouri. Let's give Steve in the 4 seat a round of applause. And in the 5 seat, we have Andy Eckel with 2,080,000 chips from St. Peters, Missouri. Let's give Andy in the 5 seat a round of applause. And in the 6 seat, we have Keith Heine with 1,220,000 chips from Hillsboro, Missouri. Let's give Keith in the 6 seat a round of applause.
Go, Keith.
And in the 7th seat, we have Ku Vang with 785,000 chips from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Let's give Ku in the 7th seat a round of applause. And in the 8th seat, we have Dave Simon with 1,555,000 chips from St. Louis, Missouri. Let's give Dave in the 8th seat a round of applause. And our chip leader in the 9th seat, coming into the final table, Tim Burden with 3,800,000 chips from Central City, Kentucky. Let's give Tim in the 9th seat a round of applause. We have 24 minutes left at this level. We're at 15,000, 25,000 with a 25,000 big blind ante. Shuffle up and deal.
And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen on the Twitch stream. Welcome to another Heartland Poker Tour final table. We are coming to you today from the Hollywood Casino in St. Louis, Missouri. As you can see up top, we've got 15 and 25,000 blinds here. We've got a single big blind ante of 25K. And we're going to kick things off with a single big blind here. Really see that obviously at the start of a tournament or start of a final table, but the last table was 10-handed. The 1 seat was eliminated from the big blind position, so there is a dead small blind this hand. And we're going to open up with action with Dave Simon, the elder statesman at the table, 70 years old and very, very excited to be here. He was here about an hour and a half before showtime today, wondering where he needed to go, what he needed to do, how he needed to get mic'd up, and wanted to make sure his lovely bride had a good seat for his final table appearance here today. And he has been called his opening raise by Tim Burden, our chip leader, as you heard Jeremy Smith say, heading into this final table. An incredible hand yesterday got him that chip lead. We'll get into that here in just a moment. As Greg Wood, our short stack, also makes the call at the short stack and the big stack coming in this final table, sitting side by side.
Craig's first, he's going to check over to Dave. Dave checks as well.
Triple-hearted flop, and it's going to check around, and we'll see if Tim's going to play some big stack poker here kicking off with a buck and a nickel. Our broadcast setup is a little bit different here today, at least as far as I'm concerned. I'm actually right next to the final table, and oh, here we go. Greg is shoved all in. Greg did come in as our short stack, as I said, and he is looking to make an early statement here at this final table. We could be one hand and one elimination, which our production staff would like that average. Get in, get done, and get out. Dave has folded our initial pre-flop raiser, and Tim's going to let it go as well. So a very big move for Greg Wood here. Greg loves when the HPT comes to St. Louis. This is his 3rd HPT main event final table. Finished 5th here back in 2015 for his career high cash of just over 31,000. And he is up, and he finished 8th here last year. So his 3rd St. Louis final table. That is not a mistake there. You saw it's 145 big blinds for Tim Burden, our chip leader. Had 152 actually to start the day before that first hand, but as I said, an amazing hand with 2 tables left. I believe it was 17 players left.
Keith in the 60 is going to raise to
when
60,000.
Tim got it all in
60,000 is
on the
raise by
turn
Keith.
after
Well,
having
Tim in
flopped
the
middle
19, he
set
folds over to Greg
against
in
an
the small blind.
overpair. And
60,000
two
is the
of the,
current bet.
and he was one of the two chip leaders, I believe, in the entire tournament at the time. But that pot, we have just over 13 million, about 13 and a third million chips, just over 13 and a quarter million chips in play
Keith, anyone out there with you watching today?
in this tournament.
I have my wife.
And
Oh,
both of these players started the hand with
It's better than nothing.
over 1.5 million
I got it,
chips.
Kevin, but right now it's just the boss.
He said just the
It
boss
was
is Larry.
Yeah.
Tim Burden,
Ninth
our
place
man
is gonna
there
receive just over
in the 9 seat
14,000.
with the
Keith
very
raised just
stylish
over
hat.
17,000. To first place today,
And it
just
was
over
Dan Heft. There it is, Dan
148,000.
Heft.
Once again, started with 444 players.
Tim had opened,
Final nine, 20
Dan and Ray at 3-bet.
25,000 is our big blind.
Tim had called 9-2-6 flop,
Seventh seed.
and Tim with a huge flop bet of 500K. Heft called, and then
Who's going to raise to 55,000?
Tim moved all in
55,000
on the
is the
turn,
bet over to Dave in the 8th seat.
which was a 4. So 9-2-6-4 board. Tim moves all in on the turn
Dave's gonna
for
re-raise.
1.1 million.
200,000 is the raise by Dave.
Dan
200,000
called it
is the
off
re-raise amount.
with
Over
pocket
to Greg on the
queens, but Tim had flopped middle set with a set of 6s, and the river was no help, and Tim scooped a pot.
Joe
Again,
folds over the bill.
2 tables, 17-handed. He scooped a pot of over 3.5 million chips, and has been the chip leader ever since. Came with 3.8 million to this final table with just, as I said, 13.3 million in play, so about 30% of the chips in play. And that was his huge springboard hand to get him here to this chip lead at the final table, and we'll see how he is able to hold it up.
Out there with you watching today?
My wife Alice
There you go. Friends and family cheering him on today.
and my tag team partner right over
Dave's
And the tag team
wife
winner
Alice
this
there in the crowd, and was very excited to be here and see what her husband is able to pull off today. He also wanted me to give a shout out to his grandson Preston,
25,000 on the blinds.
13 years old, says he was going to be watching the Twitch stream today.
Keith is gonna
Always
raise
like
to
when the youngsters are
55,000,
tuning in.
55,000.
You think, oh, you're letting the kids watch gambling. No, it's a game. Relax, people. Besides, all this is fake money anyway.
55,000.
Should mention the chips that you see on the table here today. Pretty standard. Silver chips you see are 5,000 apiece. Gold chips are 25,000 apiece, and that is a dark blue is the other color. You see it prominently stacked there in front of Tim. A full barrel of it, in fact. The
Tim's gonna re-raise.
dark blue chips are worth 100K.
25,000. 125 is the re-raise amount.
Our chip leader is 3-bet. Seen a couple of 3-bets here already in the early going. Tim's made it 125K off of Keith's opening raise. We mentioned Greg, who the action is on right now, a couple of HPT final tables here in St. Louis. Keith, our opening raiser this hand, he was 3rd
Greg's gonna fold over
here
Joe
last
in the
August.
seat. 125,000 is the
So a
current
lot of people here with a lot of
Joe folds over to Bill in the small blind.
a lot of experience at final tables, both at
Folds over
HPT
receiving the big blind,
and otherwise.
125,000 is the current bet. Actions back to Keith in the 6th seat.
And we're back to Keith. If you're wondering
Who's your cousin?
what Keith's shirt is all about there, Keith's son
I think Johnny Depp wants me to fold this.
has
And Keith's going to fold in Tim in the 9th seat.
has
Take
I
down
think
the pot.
either has or had, I forget precisely, but either has or had juvenile diabetes. And he participated in a
Crowd, he says. I didn't hear anyone-
charity event
There we go.
with the local
All right, wife and family on
Juvenile
the
Diabetes
trail.
Research Foundation. It was a marathon or a walkathon, and a team event where everybody tries to walk for as much money as they possibly can. And Keith's team was called the Diabetic Pickles. And so you've got the pickle there on the shirt. Not every day you see a pickle at a final table, but obviously for a good cause. And happy to mention that Keith's Boys doing well from all accounts.
Greg in the 1 CD folds.
Good to hear. So
Bill's going to raise to 75,000.
lots of kids involved. Bill also has a wife in the crowd who may win the award for loudest cheerleader here today.
I'm sorry, Tim. I'm sorry.
Steve's going to re-raise.
Bill was also a
Struggling to believe what he's saying.
215, 200, 15,000.
player who loves it when the HPT comes to town.
Bill's going to move all in.
Oh, we'll get to that in a minute, though.
To Steve now in the 4 seat. Bill is currently all in out of the 3 seat.
As Bill has just put Steve Green to the test. Steve came in as our second short stack here today. And he is going to make a call.
See the hands? Bill shows ace queen, ace of spades, queen of
Ooh.
clubs. Steve has pocket kings here. King of hearts, king of spades.
Steve with pocket kings to kick it off here. Bill with a nice move, as he's only giving about a third of his stack here to make this call. With ace queen offsuit, not bad, but well behind at this moment.
All right, Bill has ace of spades, queen of clubs. Steve has pocket kings here. Steve's currently in the lead, but his tournament.
All
life is
important
serious.
flop here.
Let's see the flop.
Steve's tournament life is
Flop
at
is 8
risk, and
diamonds,
he
4
survives
diamonds,
it
3
very
clubs.
nicely.
Steve's still in the lead with his pocket kings.
Bill
Let's see the
has just the 3 aces right now.
card is the 8 of spades.
That can
Steve's still in the lead with his kings.
help
2 pair
him
of kings and
knock
aces. Let's see
out
the card.
the first player here at this final
There's the
table,
jack of clubs,
and none
Steve's
is
gonna
coming.
double up. Let's get a count.
So a big double up for Steve Green.
Not much of a sweat there.
No, not much of a sweat there at all.
665. 665 is what Steve was all in for.
665,000. Our graphics department right on it to start the day.
All right, 665 and a double up.
That's the hand I laid down.
Steve, anyone out there with you watching today?
My wife's on her way.
Wife's on his way. Look, you got some other friends out there you didn't know about.
I didn't want to.
Got about 13 minutes left at this level.
I don't think he's just like picking on me. Thank you.
Steve Green making his first major final table, and regardless of where he cashes, will set a new personal best here today. Min cashing this final table, $14,471. We are playing today for a first place prize, and shame on me for not mentioning it to this point, of $148,587. Had 444 players in this event, and it's a very
Over to Steve in the 4 seats.
impressive total,
25,000 is the big block.
considering it's almost a 50% increase over our last
Steve's gonna
HPT
raise
main
to
event here
85,000.
in St. Louis.
85,000 is the raise by Steve.
And we're very pleased
Andy folds over to Keith in the big blind.
with the response
Keith's gonna
here
fold, and Steve in the 4 seats going to take down the pot.
from the folks here at Hollywood Casino and the patrons here. Of course, that wasn't just the only big news that we made here during the course of this tournament series. A new state record for a poker tournament field in Missouri. Almost 1,300 players in our kickoff event,
At any point? Not even in the just the line?
including
I should look at the first one, then just put my hand
over
on it.
600 in the third and final starting flight.
25,000 is our big
Absolutely incredible turnout. We had our 30 tournament tables out here. We're all full. We went into the poker room with about another 6 or 8 tables. It was a massive, massive field. Alternates waiting.
Over to Greg in the 1 seat is going to raise.
And then, of course, we had our tag team event, which I believe we may have debuted. No, I think or we might have debuted. It was either here or at East Chicago, where we debuted the tag team event a couple of years ago.
Actions full around Keith in the small blind.
One of our
65,000 is the
supervisors
raise by
here,
Keith.
Luis
Folds
Rodriguez,
over to
brought
Greg
that
in the
over
big
from
blind.
another tournament series that he had run.
And Greg in the 1 seat is going to take down the pot.
Has become very popular, but nothing like what we saw here at Hollywood Casino St. Louis. 310
25,000.
teams.
25,000 big blind Annie.
Excuse me, 310 entries, 155 teams, in this field. 310 teams would be ridiculous, but I believe that for the events that we had run it in, and even Luis said the event that he ran, when he ran it, he only got to about 160, 170 was the highest that he had run, but that was in a much larger ballroom space and didn't crowd the entire casino floor. We didn't have 70 alternates waiting to get in. It was absolutely outrageous, the field we had for that. So such a positive turnout here
60,000 is the raise by Andy.
at Hollywood.
He's going to make the call. 60,000 and a call over to Koo in the small blind. 60,000 is the current
Folks in St. Louis proving that they may be deserving of another championship event. We had one here back in 2016. Or 2017, I should say. 2017, we had our championship event here. Bill Burns actually finished 6th in that when we were here, the man in the 3 seat. And Koo Vang is making an all-in move here.
Back to Andy in the 5 seat. Koo is all in out of
The 3-bet jam from Koo.
Andy says call, and
Andy announces a call, and Keith announces a fold. So Koo Vang, the grizzled veteran in terms of experience here at this final table, of almost $1.5 million in career earnings, 170 tournament cashes, moved all in with King 9 suited, and Andy Eckel, one of the least experienced players, actually, in fact, the least experienced player at this final table, has called him off here with Ace Queen suited and is about, as you see on the screen there, a 3-2 favorite to make Koo Vang our first eliminated player here. But Koo with a massive flop, top pair, and the flush draw. And now Andy is looking at some aces or some queens, and there's a third king for Koo. And so now it's just the straight draw, looking to dodge a jack on the end, and that is all the kings in the deck. And he's like, well, geez, just clubbed me over the head. Wow. Koo Vang, 170 tournament cash. I mean, you want to talk about grinding it, by the way. You want to talk about grinding it. I mean, it's a true poker tournament grinder. This is a man, as I said, $1,456,000 and change in poker tournament earnings. He has done that on 170 cashes, no cash above 80,000. So he is going all sorts of buy-in levels, all sorts of cashes, and has his friends and family watching back home in Minnesota. Does have a circuit ring to his credit that he won back in 2008. Also has an MSPT win from nearby Shakopee, from where he lives in Woodbury, Minnesota. But a true Midwest tournament grinder, and has put together quite the resume, and is now poised to be a potential force as he moves above, right around, well, he's right around chip average right now. Chip average is just under $1.5 million. And Andy Eckel bemoaning his fate in life. Andy is, you try and look up his bio, you won't find much. In his career, he says he's got about 8,000 or 9,000 in career earnings. I wasn't even able to find that much. The reason being is he's busy doing important stuff. He's a paramedic, so we are very grateful to him for doing the stuff that he does and not wasting his time playing poker with this silly game.
Keith is going to bet 75,000 back to Tim.
Keith with the lead here on the flop. Tim's going to make the call after defending his big blind. Very blanky deuce there on the turn. We, in case you haven't figured it out, we do have no hole cards here as a result of Missouri gaming regulation rules. So you get to play along with everyone at home.
Tim shows 7 of clubs, 5 of clubs for a pair of 7s.
Couple outs.
And is going to take down the pot.
Yeah, Keith saying he had a couple outs there with the ace king suited and the nut flush draw on the flop.
3 dozen. Oh yeah.
But Tim able to play a little bit more loosely if he wants to, given his chip stack. As you see there, 156 big blinds, more than double anyone else at the table. Almost more than triple of about half the table.
1955
Can play 7-5 suited and see what you hit. Hung around on the flop with bottom pair, got a check down, and able to win the hand.
Over to Andy in the 5 seats. Andy's going to raise to 60,000.
Andy basically free rolling
Pulled it around to Greg in the big blind.
here in the main event. He parlayed his final table finish in event 1. That big almost 1,300 player field that I spoke about a little while ago in this main event seat. Says he just plays home games
And Greg's going to make the call. 60,000 in a call. Going to be heads
with
up. Let's see the flop.
some buddies,
Flop is 6 of diamonds.
but has had himself a fun tournament series to this point, obviously, with the final table in both our first and last event. Speaking of people who had a nice tournament series, want to give a shout out to Craig Welko, who won event number 1. They did an ICM chop at the final table. I want to say it was about 5 or 6 handed. They did the ICM chop. He got first for just over 30K. Then he proceeded to win both of the bounty events that we had here. The double green chip bounty that we had earlier this week, and then yesterday the black chip bounty event. Won them both. Also cashed the 6 max. I don't remember a turn. I mean, we may have to get our marketing director Corey on the scene with this, but I don't believe we've ever had anyone win 3 tournaments in one HPT series. It was absolutely remarkable, and cashing a 4th, though, by the way. I know we had Kevin Stamen won event 1 and the main event in Belterra a year or 2 ago. I want to say that might have been March of 2017, possibly.
Greg makes the call. Let's see a winner.
And
Andy shows Ace of Diamonds, King of
he
Clubs.
won about, I want to say, $250,000 that week. But I don't remember anything where someone won 3 events.
Andy, anyone out there with you watching today?
I got a couple people out there.
And oh, by the way, cash in a 4th. Andy getting some of his chips back there from that ridiculous quads double up that Koo had just a moment ago, and now moves back into 2nd place up on the board where he started the day. As I said, making his first major final table appearance. Also, Steve Green, the man to Andy's right, left on the screen. The 2 black hats you see right there on the screen, center and left right now in your picture, both making their first major final tables. As is Dave Simon, our elder statesman, as we said, 70 years old.
Action's fold around to Keith in the 6th seat. Is going to raise to 55,000.
He's also had a nice week himself. He said he cashed in event 1. He cashed in the green chip bounty, and he cashed in that massive tag team event.
Fold around to Joe in the big blind.
And
55,000 is the current bet.
now here at the final table, so a good week for Dave as well. A good week for a lot of folks here at this final table, obviously, and for a lot of folks here at St. Louis. We said with all those turnouts, a lot of people winning a lot of money here this week, which we always like to see on the HPT. And as I said, first place in this event, $148,587, and that will be a new career best for whoever wins it at this final table. The previous high for anybody is the man winning the pot right there, Keith Heine. 100,981 is his career high cash, and the career high cash for him with this final table. He won that back in 2016 when he won the MSPT main in Iowa. Just over 100K, just over about a third of his 318,000 in career earnings. He has 2 other MSPT final tables to his credit, and as I believe I mentioned earlier, he finished 3rd here last August in our main event on the HPT. So one of the Midwest tournament grinders that we have here. Yeah, Keith averaging almost $15,000 of cash. 20 tournament caches for over 300K.
65,000 is the current bet.
Reports are that you will not have to listen to me all day. We may have a few few people popping in and out here in the broadcast booth with me today.
Over to Joe in the small blind.
I know the
Just under a minute left at this
poker room management here was giddy beyond all recognition about the turnout we had.
Small blind, 65,000. Over to Bill. Bill's gonna
Crushing projections
and
on
gonna be heads
so
up.
many of our
See the flop.
events.
Let's see the flop.
I mean, we had a
Flop is 3 of diamonds,
we had a
5 of
super
clubs, 2
turbo
of clubs.
satellite for event 1.
Joe was first active at 2.
10-minute blinds,
Joe checks
and that
over
got
80.
94 entrants, and that, I mean, that was insane. And of course, that preceded, you know, the 600-player field that we had for Flight C of event number 1.
80,000 is the bet by Andy. 80,000 actions. Back to Joe.
Joe Landasi in a pot here for just about the first time
Joe's
today,
gonna fold,
and he
Andy's
folds
gonna
that
take
one
down the
here.
pot.
Joe,
All right, one more hand at this
the
level,
fewest
one
number of
hand,
caches of
left
anyone
in this
coming
level.
into this
15,000,
final table that we were able to find out is that, well, Andy Eckel actually is probably the fewest. But as far as researchable material, Joe only had 5. But one of those was a 7th place finish here, HPT St. Louis back in 2017.
25,000 is our big blind.
Just over
Andy's gonna be
17,000
first
for him. He only has 23,000 in career tournament earnings, and almost all of it, is, as you can figure out there, came from that 7th place finish that we had here. Came into this final table 6th, but a low 6th at just
Full round over to Coos.
800K, which is still 32 big blinds, which was not terrible, but certainly in comparison to our chip leader Tim Burden, as you can see there, almost 4 million of the 13.3 million we have in play today. Has the potential to be able to run over the field here if he
Actions full round to
plays
Bill in the
smart
small
and well.
blind. 55,000 is the current bet.
And Tim's riding a little bit of a high
100,000 is the
himself.
re-raised amount. Bill's gonna
Coming off
re-raise to
last summer, he was
125,000
very proud
actions
of
back to Coos
cashing the
17.
WSOP main event. Not a huge cash, finished 832nd, but felt that was a good springboard for him to commit himself a little bit more to playing tournament poker.
A little bit less, but right at it.
And he left Vegas, came back here to the Midwest, and participated in an MSPT event in Evansville and won the dang thing in August. So a little bit of a roll for him here, and that was the 68,000 top prize that he has for his best cash ever. So he could break that today with a top 2 finish, and certainly with the chip stack that he has, betting money would certainly favor him. Kuvang and Bill Byrne getting in the spot here.
125,000.
Ku
And
calls
gonna be heads up.
Bill's
Let's see
out
the
of
flop.
position 3 bet.
Flop is 5 of spades, 8 of hearts, 8 of diamonds.
885.
Bill's gonna be first.
150.
150,000.
Bill
is the
quickly and
announced flop.
confidently puts out a buck and a
150
half.
over 2. Ku's gonna fold, and Bill in the 3
And
seat's
Ku
gonna
lets
take out
it
the
go.
pot.
Bill's wife.
Bill, anyone out there with you watching?
Keith, that was for you.
I got a whole bunch of people out there, but I got my wife out there and it's her birthday. Happy birthday, Trish.
Happy birthday.
Oh, Bill's wife celebrating her birthday today. Oh, that was the joke I heard before the start of the event. We're doing all the mic tests and everything in here, and I've got my
Let's give Wayne a round of applause. Nice job, Wayne.
my headphones here and
Could have used the diamond
Rise
lines.
is our new dealer.
listening to all the mic checks and some of the banter that was taking place throughout the course of the day,
All right, new blind
or
level's
throughout the
gonna be
course of
15,000,
the morning.
30,000.
Beat the king.
And
30,000.
obviously I didn't know who it was, but you know, someone said it was their wife's birthday. And Bill's wife Trish just announced that it was her birthday today, and one of the other players jokingly said, "Hey, boy, that'd be a nice birthday gift, huh? Second place money."
30,000.
Pretty solid deal right there.
Still started with 444 players.
We haven't really heard it, but our chip leader Tim Burden is quite the character.
39th place today is gonna receive just over 14,000. 8th place just over 17,000. All the way up to first place just over 148,000.
When he cashed in event number 1, we had a long line, obviously, with as big a field as we had. And when those cashes started, I was the lucky one doing the payouts, and we had a line
Greg folds over to
that
Joe.
was pretty long wait, and with all the forms that we were filling out, it was taking me about 2 to 3 minutes to get through everybody. So there was some
Show's gonna raise to 75,000.
good talking lines, some bad beat stories and everything, and Tim was quite the character, keeping everybody entertained, and I was very appreciative
Bill
of him
says
for that,
200,000.
because it was a long
Gonna raise to
process.
200,000.
So many people
Over to Andy in the
getting
fold.
paid out. We
200,000
started that. The restart was about 11 o'clock,
Andy folds, actions back to Joe.
and we took the second break of play that day. So it was 2 hours of play. We started 11, 2 hours of play, break, 2 hours of play, another break. And that second break was the first moment from about 11:02 on where I was actually had a moment where I stopped writing, just stopped filling out forms, writing names down, checking IDs, and all that. I actually took a
15,000, 30,000 with
a little bit of a break from writing. Literally writing for like 4 hours straight. It was unbelievable. All the people we had, all the money that was getting paid out. It was remarkable. But obviously happy to do it. Happy to give the folks here in St. Louis such a wonderful tournament and wonderful payout structure that we had, and so many people even making a little bit of money. I mean, we had some of the folks cashing, for less than $1,000, in a 350 buy-in tournament. So I mean, not a huge profit margin, but
30,000 is our
but
big
even
buy
then,
actions. Full
making
around the bill,
making the
free
money
seat is gonna raise
in
to 75,000.
such a huge field, state record field,
75,000 is
obviously
the current
was a thrill for a good many of them.
Andy's gonna
His
fold
first
over
place,
to
I think,
Keith with a
was
big
around
blind.
$70,000 for a $350 buy-in event. That's pretty strong.
And Keith is going to make the call. 75,000 and a call. Going to be heads up.
Keith and Bill going to be heads up in this one.
Club is
Keith
10 of
defending
spades,
his
5
big
of diamonds,
blind.
9 of clubs. Keith is first. He checks over to Bill. Bill's going to bet 50,000. Actions back to Keith.
As I said, Keith has the biggest single cash of this field. Bill has
Keith
the
is gonna
second
raise
most
2-1.
tournament cashes ever
150,000
for
is raised by
our
Keith,
final table
150
participants. We mentioned
back to
Coos
Bill.
170, which
350,000 is the announced re-raise amount by Bill.
And hello.
350 actions back to Keith.
bet, raise, re-raise. And Keith will now give a cause for pause.
Keith is going to fold,
And we'll let it
Bill's
go.
gonna take down the pot.
Bill takes another one down. Just had 72 cashes for Bill. Those include a couple of circuit rings.
I got bullied. What are you doing?
6th place finish in our championship event here back in 2017. And also an 11th place finish in the WSOP Colossus of 2015, which I believe was the first Colossus they ran. And that's his. That was his career best cash, 55,000, almost 56,000
He won't be ready for it next
and change. So a 3rd place finish for him here. We'll give him a new personal best. And obviously it'd be a nice birthday present for his wife. Unfortunately, the steakhouse is closed on Mondays here, so won't be able to take her there, but I'm sure they'll find a nice
30,000 is our big blind, and
place to
Tim's
have dinner
raised
regardless.
to 85,000.
And our chip leader
85,000
Tim is going to get
raised by
back in
Tim.
action now. With, open from the shotgun. Greg in center position and let it go. Now around to
85,000
Andy
is
on the
our
button,
bet.
who I
Over to Keith in
think,
the small blind.
although I don't know, he might have gotten over those
Over
quad
to Keith with the
kings,
big
but
blind.
I'm not sure yet. Could have been the first elimination. Could have been the first player to really pose even a modest challenge to Tim's chip lead. But that was thwarted by Coos' ridiculous quads.
And Coos going to make the call. 85,000.
Koo is going to defend.
Heads up. Let's see the pot. There's 10 of clubs, 9 of hearts, and deuce of diamonds. Coos going to be first active.
21, pay me at the blackjack table. 10-9 deuce rainbow. Not exactly the most exciting.
Two checks. Over
Coup with the wing flap check there. I don't know what that was. Tapping his own hand, I guess.
50,000 is the announced amount. 150.
And a solid bet of 2/3 of the pot from Tim. $1.50. Cou's thinking about it, and I think he's going to make the call here. Look at that. And he does.
150,000 and a call. Let's see the turn card. Turn card is the 4 of diamonds.
I was thinking 4 in my head. That was so weird. Like, what could be the most boring card to come out here? And I said, oh, 4. It's pretty much, although it does put a diamond draw out there.
2 checks. Over to Tim.
Coup with his applause check, once again. And we'll see if Tim fires a second barrel. See if he delves into his stack of blue chips at all. No, but he will continue with some more tan chips. Looks like 2 1/4, if I saw it right.
225,000.
Yep.
Is the bet by Tim. Actually, back to Coup. 225.
And now we're thinking along. I mean, obviously the 4 doesn't change a whole lot, as I said, so Coos might be thinking, if I thought I was ahead on the flop, why wouldn't I still be ahead of the turn? But if I'm ahead, why is this guy raising pre, leading post, and leading again? We have seen Tim not afraid to play just about anything with his chip lead. We said we saw him with the 7-5 suited earlier in this final table against Keith. So, given that, plus, again, the chip lead, it might be tough for Coup to narrow Tim's range here. He gives his cards another look-see. And looking to make a thoughtful decision here. He does decide to let it go.
Tim of the 9 seat's going to take down the pot.
Good bet. Very nice.
And that'll put Tim over the 4 million chip mark. Look at that chip lead, folks. 2.5 million fake dollars over the rest of the field. 139 big blinds right now. And we see Greg and Joe starting to get near the danger zone there, under 20 bigs. But again, it's a little bit different with the big blind ante. I mean, we've seen that, remember the last event that I was a part of in Blackhawk. It was the first final table I could remember where we had over 30 big blinds for all the final table players. We were close to that here today. Greg, our short stack, came in, I believe, with 26 bigs, I want to say. So he would, and we had another player, who was it? Steve Green, I think, had 29. So, but again, all of them relatively high and not in that much of a danger. I wonder if it's the fact a little bit of the big blind ante may be freeing up players a little bit, thinking, hey, I don't have to put in antes every single hand, so I'm a little bit freer to make some more calls pre-flop that I wouldn't normally make if I wasn't losing, say, 5K a hand, like I would normally be in a 25,000 big blind level. A little bit different animal. So they get involved in more hands, committing more chips to pots, getting better pot odds, and sort of snowballing their way to their own elimination. Keith with the button raised here. 3/4 on the table. And Coup once again, now that he's now since that double up, you know, where he's no longer, you know, one of the short stacks, he's been making a few more, I don't want to say educated decisions per se, but he's given a little bit more time for thought before he makes a decision. Dave Simon giving this one some decision here as well. He's right about where he started the day. Oh, okay. That's a little bit of a different animal. From 75,000 to 1.5 million. A little bit of an overbet maybe, but it's good enough. Take down the hand. Oh, I'm forgetting his name. Oh, I feel so bad that I'm forgetting his name. Of course, this is now 8 years removed from the last house job I had. But he would go all in, and with huge overbets like that, both in tournaments and cash, and he would say maximum pressure. Shame on me for forgetting his name. Quite the character he was. Always came from work, dressed in a sport coat to the live room. Of course, that was the room where I was given the nickname Hercules. My bruising physique. There's a
85,000 is the raise by Andy.
local player here named Kenneth, who a lot of players would recognize if they saw him. Spells Kenneth with an I, which is unusual, but my physique is pretty much the same as his. So, you can picture that. Tim once again defending his big blind. He's done that just about every time, I think, if somebody's raised him, and it's Andy this time. He made it 85K pre, and both players check the very ugly flop. That doesn't get much prettier on the turn. Tim's gonna shell out about $110, I think.
110,000 is the bet by Tim.
Yeah.
Over to Andy.
Andy, one of the few non-Tim players to have blue chips in front of him. Those are the 100Ks. Small stack, as you see there up in front. Looks like he's going to make the call here. Oh no, excuse me. Those are more tan chips.
3.25.
325,000, 325 actions back to Tim in the 9C.
Raised to 3.25. Oh, this wasn't a check raise. If I said check raise, I was wrong. I apologize. So you check that ugly flop, then you raise the turn on the paired board, and Tim's wondering, okay, is he trying to do something for value there on me on the flop? And
Tim's going to make the call.
he thought about it though for a few seconds, but commits the rest of the chips. And let's see where we're at here on this river. Jack of diamonds, no straights, no flushes. So who matched their hand best? And he's got 1.3 million to go behind him. And he is reaching for the big blues.
I'm all in.
All in.
And he says all in.
Actions back to Tim.
So we could have a major shift here in the table dynamics. But Tim lets it go, and Andy will get back some of those chips he lost in that brutal all in, where Koo hit him for quads, and Andy back up to over 2 million in chips, where he started the day. Just almost 2.1. As we said, making his first major final table appearance.
Thanks, sir.
And very happy to do so.
Well, unless you had a 4.
Big hand here for Greg Wood. Our short stack at the table is in the big blind and putting out that big blind ante. So he loses about 15% of his stack off the rip here. So we'll see what happens. Getting some generosity from early and middle position, but Koo is going to pounce here, make it 65K. Now back to Greg. And he begrudgingly lets it go. And Greg loses 2 more big blinds there. See at the bottom of your chart. The one bummer about this tournament on a personal note for me is that some of you may know who have come to the HPT events around the country over the years and had a chat with me while I was in the middle of working the event. You know, I come from the Jacksonville, Florida area.
Right.
And for the last decade or so, the Players Championship Golf Tournament, one of the most prestigious in the world, was in May. And we regularly had events in May that I was running or involved in both on the HPT and elsewhere, and was never able to go to the tournament. I always seem to be free in March when the tournament used to be held before it got moved. But wasn't able to go when it was in May. This year, the tournament got moved from May back to March, where it used to be.
I'm not even going to try to tangle with that.
And this year, my May schedule is free, and my March schedule is full.
If 10 of spades is out there and ace of spades comes out, still ain't messing with it, even though I had nut closer on there. But it ain't gonna be good.
And they had the Players Championship final round yesterday, and it was an absolutely fantastic final day. High drama, thrilling tournament. I could literally walk to the venue from my house. I haven't been in over a decade. And this year I'm thinking, oh, it's moving back to March, might be able to go. My May schedule's freed up. Oh, no, never mind.
80,000.
But more than happy to come here, obviously, and make some money doing the old job. Got to pay for this
280,000.
wedding we're going to be planning here. As I mentioned last event in Blackhawk, I got engaged in February, so there's an additional expense column on the chart now. I always need to make some money for that. And I do want to spend a special shout out. I don't know if she's listening. But we try and be a little bit of a family here, as any working environment is on the HPT. And we have one of our dealers, we call her Nice Kathy, because we have a couple of Kathys, and she's the nice one. As good a customer service person as you will have, so polite, ridiculously overly polite. You'd think she's Canadian to all the customers. And to the staff and to everybody she comes into contact with. She's always going home and finding some stove somewhere at some B&B, or she actually lives about an hour here from our St. Louis casino stop. And so she went home and she's baking cookies and cupcakes for everybody and everything. And she presented a very special framed collage and special baked goods to me and my fiance. Very sweet of her. Wanted to thank her for that. And my fiance in Las Vegas, sending her all the pictures of everything, and she's sending me the crying emoji like 50 times on the the text message. So want to say thank you to Kathy for a very sweet gesture on that front. Tim Burden, as you see, still doubling his nearest competitor, still with an obscene chip lead here at this final table. Almost a third of the chips in play. About $4.25 million right now. As we wind towards the halfway point of this level. Played just about an hour. That's a little under an hour of this final table. Still no eliminations. As I said a few moments ago, we came to this final table without anybody in real danger, but as we saw on the ladder, there are now 3 players under 20 big blinds, so we could see an elimination here before we hit our first break. We're going to take that just about an hour and a half because we had only about 20 minutes left in the line. There we go. The 3-bet jam from Greg Wood in the 1 seat against the big stack. Oh, hang on. Whoa. Steve Green, as he said, first major final table, very excited to turn over the hand that he just called with, but we've got the big stack behind him.
You know he's in a hand, did you? You need to pay attention.
So 415,000 for Greg on the all-in. Steve makes the call for 415 out of the cutoff, and Tim's going to let it go. Excuse me. Steve was defending from the big blind. Greg was all in from the cutoff, and that's why he just made the call, because he was sitting on pocket aces and wanted to get a little bit more money in the pot.
We've already seen quads once today.
Yeah, we've seen quads. I would just like hearts, maybe.
Greg with ace-jack offsuit, and in a bad way here. Doesn't get much help there. He's going to need running straight cards or running jacks. You see only 3% now, and needs to hit something here to give him a chance. And there's one of them. Okay, so he's got the double gutter, looking for the 9 or the king. Oh, is there? Please tell me that 6 of the outs weren't folded there. I don't know what that means there, but there's the 4 of spades. Greg Wood, our short stack coming into the day. A 3rd HPT final table in St. Louis is his worst finish of the bunch. He had 5th in 2015, 8th in 2018, and now a 9th here in 2019. He will leave with $14,471. Unable to best his, he needed a 5th place finish to set a new career best for cashes, but he will not get that today. He will have to settle, as it were, for a 9th place finish, settling for 14,000 and change, although it's nice work if you can get it. And a nice win for Steve Green, who was the other short stack coming into today. So good for him to take that one down and get himself a little bit healthier. Tim once again opening the pot, has been very active as the chip leader so far today, which a lot of folks will say is good to see. I understand that I always say the role of the big stack is not to double up the short stack, especially when you've got such a big stack in comparison to the rest of the field on the final table here. But yeah, look at Steve there. Look at him building up those gold chips right there. Came here with just 715K and has never cashed for 5 figures in his life. 96.38 was his best, making his first major final table, and is now going to almost double even if he busts out next. 17,120 is what our 8th place finisher is going to walk away with. Andy with the donk bet, leading into the pre-flop razor. Seemed to indicate that he has queen. Very dry board. And Tim says we'll have none of that. 275.
Those aren't good then.
And he folds pocket 8s face up, saying, hey, I was taking a stab seeing where I was, found out. And that'll do it for him. And Tim, a third of the chips in play, 4.4 million. Obscene chip lead right now. Keith and Joe need to get on the ball here in short order. Not been a good final table for Keith so far. Player you thought might be a little bit dangerous here. As we said, finished 3rd here last August. Excuse me. And the big blind came in with a just under chip average, was number 5 at the table. But has not seen things go his way really thus far. The rest of the pickles have to be very upset.
Raise all in.
Joe has moved all in. Joe is now the short stack at this table. He came in as he was number 6, but it was a low 6. We had 800 for 6th. 7th and 8th were both in the 700s, and Greg, our short stack, was just over $500,000. So there wasn't a lot of gap there on the bottom half of the ladder, as it were.
440,000 is Joe's.
Joe is all in for 440.
Actions on Steve in the 4 seat.
Steve looking to make perhaps his second elimination as he's caressing his chips there, but decides against it. And now to the blinds. And now to the original razor. Kuvag. Not an easy call for Ku here. It's going to be putting almost half of his stack in this pod if he does so. Although as 3-bet jams go, it's not that big, but Ku says no.
Joe in the 2 seat's going to take down the pot. Joe, anyone out there with you watching today?
And Joe
Nice bet, sir.
scoops it down, owns a painting company, does Joe.
Chicago Joe.
And that now makes Keith the new short stack at the table.
Just under 30 minutes left at this level. Players will be on their first break at the end of this level.
Oh, okay, they're going to switch up the break schedule on us here, and
Hey, Jeremy, is that clock right then?
Yeah, it is. Pretty close, isn't it?
Unless you're trying to mimic what we're doing. You might be trying to run
I was just wondering, it's just be easier to look up at that one than over there, but.
Let me look when it refreshes.
Raise. 85.
Joe's going to raise to 85,000. I think he's trying to get it pretty close. About 5 seconds. Let's go. 85,000 is the raise by Tim.
Tim continues to put the pressure on, and there is the short stack.
Small blind is going to move all in.
Keith moving all in from the small blind.
Tim is asked for a cow. Keith is all in out of the 6 seats.
465.
Keith is all in,
365.
all in for the year.
365,000 is what Keith is all in for.
365.
Tim in the 9 seat.
It's going to be tough for Tim not to call, regardless of what he has, really. As big a chip stack as he has. Chance for an elimination here.
Call.
And Tim says call. It's
Tim
a
says call. We'll put it in. We'll flip the cards.
10 of spades. Tim shows King of Hearts.
We got in good.
This was the hand we just had, wasn't it? Was ace? Oh no, it was ace queen. Ku had the king 9, and Andy had the ace queen, and Ku ended up getting quad kings. So Tim this time has the king 9, but his is suited, and Keith with the ace 10 offsuit. 3-2 to stay alive, but there are 5 more cards to come, and we'll see if we get our second elimination here at this final table. Very good flop for Keith. Only 6 cards. He has to dodge. Still looking to dodge a king or a 9 here on the end, and does so. A very unexciting 8-high board, and Keith will get the double up, and a small, very minimal, tiniest of chinks in Tim's armor, as he's down to only 133 big blinds.
Maybe those queens were good.
Man, you can't play king 9. Only he can.
Keith wanted to give a shout out to the wife, Kim. We mentioned his one son who had the juvenile diabetes and was the inspiration for the diabetic pickle shirt that we mentioned earlier, but that is just one of 5 sons that Kim has given to Keith. So they have a little basketball team back at the house. God bless them. 5 boys, wow. And Joe with the open shove from the shotgun. And looks like this is going to get through here. So nice orbit for Joe. Keep him alive. And now everybody's back over 20 big, so a little bit of space to breathe for everyone. As we pass the halfway point of this level. 15 and 30,000 blinds with the big blind ante of 30K. We do adjust that for those folks wondering. When we get down to 5-handed, a true short-handed final table, we get down to half table, we will knock the big blind ante amount down to the small, whatever the small blind is. So if it happened right now, if we had a triple bust out, we would go to 15 and 30 with a 15,000 big blind ante. Someone stole my sheet. Just walked in, stole my sheet, my background sheet for Bill Burns. I feel violated. Thievery. It has been returned. Thank you. Yeah, and you stole the sheet of the guy who's an attorney. That's not a bright thing. I can go right to him and say, this man stole my bio sheet. Keith with the turn fire here of 100K. Tim makes the call. Big pot for Keith now. As you see, he's down around 600K. And Rutrow as the board pairs. Yes, Tim is the kind of person who would call that turn card with bottom pair and then hit a set on the end, in case you're wondering. He would be that guy. Oh, there's also the flush out there that hit. Excuse me for not paying attention and worrying more about my own personal final table setup. A call by Keith.
Tim shows 9 of clubs, 7 of spades.
Tim shows the busted straight draw.
Pocket 9s for a pair of 9s.
And Keith with the strong call with pocket 9s there is going to take it down. Very good call. Calls when the second overcard hits, bets when the board pairs, and Keith sniffs it out. As you said, you're talking about a guy making his 5th major final table appearance, so deserves some respect, and I believe he'll have some more respect from Tim going forward in future hands as a result of that play. Of course, the Heartland Poker Tour is going to be very busy in the coming weeks. We all jump on a plane tomorrow and head to Cincinnati. And then over to Pittsburgh as we continue, we do a little AFC North tour. And then back to Ohio, we're going to Columbus. And then to East Chicago before we close out for the summer. And everyone goes to Vegas for the WSOP. Three-handed action here on this flop, the button and the blinds. Queen 10-7 rainbow. They'll check it around to the pre-flop raiser. And he will continue raising. So 2 stops in Ohio for us here. As I said, speaking of Ohio, talk about setting records. We told you we set the Missouri state record for a tournament here in our event one for this tournament series, as Dave fires out 200K. We had, concurrently with this event, we ran a mini series in Toledo, Ohio, and they set a state record for Ohio. I believe it was for their kickoff event as well. They pulled that off. So HPT just dropping all sorts of big numbers. And speaking of big numbers, this is a big ace on the turn right there. As Tim called Dave's flop bet. And Tim's got to be a little bit careful here. He lost a couple $100,000 last hand. He's in danger of losing another couple $100,000 this hand. And he's going to give some hope maybe to some of these other people who have been watching him deal with these mountains of chips for the better part of the last 4 or 5 hours of play, going back to yesterday when he won that monstrous pot. 2 tables to go. A lot of counting out there by Dave. A big bet. 400,000 is the bet, and Tim quickly sends him to the muck. And that chip stack for Tim is now becoming a little bit more normal, shall we say. A little bit more bearable for his opponents. 3.4, still over 100 big blinds. Lord have mercy. But Dave and Steve and Andy now saying, hey, we might not be close to him, but at least he's not over the horizon anymore. Caught up a little bit to him. We'll see if Tim dials back his activity at all here in the next 20 or 40 minutes or so. The answer would be no, as it's folded to him on the button, and he's going to go for $1.25. Tim's raise sizes have not been a typical poker 2019 or poker 2017, 2016 even, when the opens drifted under the 3x and even in some cases under the 2.5x range. He's been regularly going 3 to 4x and a little bit more even sometimes. That time making 125K on the 30K big blind. Unheard of, they're saying on the Twitch stream right now. All hail to Moobot, and thank you for tuning in to us. On the Twitch stream, I'm trying to peek around the corner here to our computer. Do we got a number here? No, we don't have the number on the screen. We just have a bunch of details on Twitch stream, but it's up and running very well. We have had a couple of events in Missouri, I know, where we've had some nightmares with the Wi-Fi and everything like that. Signal very strong here today, and very thankful for the folks here at Hollywood St. Louis setting that up. This might be the final table of the most boring flops that we have seen in a while. This has been pretty brutal. Lots of rainbows, lots of low cards, lots of bet and folds. Not really a whole lot of drama, even on the all-in hands. Excuse me, we've had we had the quads, but even then, haven't been the kind of things that get the crowd oohing and awing.
Where you want these chips? Where'd you find those? You have a lot more chips than I do.
Tim is showing no signs of surcease. And this is interesting. This raise is only 80,000. Does that mean he wants action or not? Well, he's getting action right here from Joe, who is 3-bet jammed for about a $500,000 and change. Ooh, Tim folds an ace there. Must have been a very ugly, disconnected card, like a 6 of spades that went with it or something. Yet even though he's lost some chips, that's only about 20% of his stack there to call and try and knock a player out and gain back some of the chips that he lost
You got all yours on one hand, didn't you?
earlier on here.
Yeah.
Still a sizable chip lead though for him.
First Greg.
Within like 5 minutes, you took that thing from like 750 to 3 mil.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah,
it
really.
was 2 big hands.
Yeah.
We didn't have those kind of amounts going on our tip.
Yeah, he won a huge hand from Greg, and that gave him enough chips to
Maybe a huge hand the next
kick
couple
Dan.
minutes later.
They're talking about how Tim got his chips. We mentioned at the start of that broadcast, 2 tables left, 17 players. He and Dan have to get in a pot that's over $3.5 million. Overpair against middle set on the flop. And it gets all in on the turn. And Tim scoops it up. The turn shove was for over $1 million in chips. Yeah, with just about 13. Whoa, here we go. 3-bet jam. After a raise and a call. The 2 players with over, actually started the hand, both of them had over $1.5 million in chips, so over $3 million in front of them.
I promise you.
Out of the $13.3 million in play, and it gets all in on the turn. Tim with the second set against an overpair. Scoops it all, and holy cow. Here he is now with 109 big blind. Although he started there with 152 big blinds, so it hasn't been smooth sailing all the way so far for Tim. Last 25 minutes or so have been a little bit rough on him, but still with the chip lead by about $1 million. Joe this time not jamming pre-flop, has a little bit more chips to play with, a little over 20 big blinds to start the hand, so he just with a standard raise, and Koo defends his big blind. Now it will all go in, and Koo snap calls. Oh dear, Koo set mind and check called the jam and has top set, and Joe is in deep doo-doo. Needs an ace or a 3 to stay alive. Well, that'll mean the 3 is a chop, so that actually is a good card for Koo. But it does have a flush draw now to Joe, although he, oh no, the Koo needs, the 3 of hearts would be a straight flush for both of them, which would be, or no, I've got that wrong. Okay, I've completely lost my brain here, but the bottom line is the Jack of Diamonds on the river means that Koo has eliminated Joe Landazzi in 8th place. The painting company owner will take home a career best. 17,000. Oh no, it's just short of the career best. His previous, when he finished 7th here in 2017, it was 17,231. This is 17,120 that he has earned here today. So just off the career best, despite a slightly worse finish, 7th place to 8th place. They makes almost about the same amount of money. That's the result, as he said, of the ridiculous comparative turnout that we had here today. But what a flop and turn that was, as I completely misread the hands on the board. Good job, commentator.
Keep that in mind.
It's been a long week. I filled out a lot of payoff forms. A lot of bounty tournaments running all over the place. People who saw me here know what I'm talking about with that. So we've had the two people on the left side of the table, as you look at it there on your screen, get knocked out so far. How about this little limping action between the blinds? Looks like Dave's going to ruin that, though, with the option increase.
Dave's going to raise total bet 130,130.
He puts blue chip on top in the form of 4 gold chips. Q lets it go.
About 9 minutes, just over 9 minutes left at this level.
Break that reason, right?
We mentioned that Keith has 5 boys
Right there with you, buddy.
Just for the odd number players.
There's no
with
figure
his
you
wife,
can
Ku Vang, father of 6.
Oh, I can't. Yeah, because it's odd number. You and Steve are even number. I'm even number.
Native of Thailand.
Okay.
Now lives in Minnesota, as we said. That's a little bit of climate change. Go from Thailand to Minnesota. Says he wants to take a vacation to the Maldives with his wife if he wins enough money here. That's a nice idea. Like that. Maldives. Do they have any golf courses in the Maldives?
Pulled around the 10 of the 9 seat. 90,000 is the current bet.
Yeah, that was a trip too, being here. We had again, this boy from Jacksonville, Florida, talking about going to golf tournaments.
It's going to make the call, 90,000 and a call, maybe heads up.
Landed here in St. Louis. There was this couple of inches of snow on the ground from the latest storm that worked its way through the Midwest, and there is a golf course about I don't know, about 3-4 miles from the casino here, and covered partially, mostly in snow. But the flags were still on the greens, and the course was still open. Not my idea of a fun time. I didn't see if there's anybody playing. I can only see a portion of the course from the road, but there probably was a crazy person or two out there golfing in the snow. Betting a call on the turn here of 175K. And here's a little bit more of an exciting board. Paired board, lots of letter cards, straight draws, flush draws that miss now. And our chip leader in peril of losing more of his chips. Had almost 4 million coming to this final table, and if he puts any more chips in the pot, he'll be under 3 if he doesn't win it. As I said, he has been very active at this final table so far. $250,000, it looks like.
275.
And a snap call from Andy.
Andy calls, Tim shows 10 of clubs, 7 of clubs. Andy shows
And
ace
Tim
of
shows
spades.
another busted draw.
Face were 2 pair aces and 9s, and Andy's going to take down the
And
pot.
he takes down the pot with the ace on the river. I think Tim better start having some hands here. He was almost at 4.5 million
He didn't release and throw a chip, then I could myself a little bit.
early in this
I
level.
apologize.
Oh, you're fine. I'm just for future.
And now
Well,
he
that
finds
happened
himself,
at the table
I mean, he
yesterday.
finds himself with just a 400,000 chip lead, as you see there on your ladder screen. There was a period of time where Tim
About 6 minutes left at this level.
had more than double anyone else in the field and more than triple half the field.
10-7?
But now he's missed enough hands and bet them, knowing that that's the only way he can win, so it's not exactly terrible betting, but putting himself in some spots maybe where he's committing too many chips to hands he doesn't need to be committing them to. And he's not committing the sin of doubling up any of the short stacks, but he's helping them build their towers a little bit more and at the expense of his own.
Fold around 2 Bill in the 3 seat, 80,000 is the current bet. Bill's going to fold, and Andy in the 5 seat's going to take down the pot.
And he takes those new chips and puts them to good use with a raise and take there, and now he is only about 10 big blinds away from the chip lead.
I see your point. I see
Something
what
that a
you're
half hour ago might have seemed impossible to some of these
saying.
players.
I'm saying on the river. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, I don't know.
About 5 minutes left at this level. Players will be on their first break at the end of this level.
Taking our first break here in about 5 minutes time. Playing 1 hour levels today, as we will throughout the entire day until we get down to heads up play. We'll cut those blind levels in half.
Raise.
Over to Keith in the 16. He's going to raise to 75,000. 75,000 is the current bet. Hold it around 2 Bill in the small blind.
So a roller coaster first session here
Nice, Angie.
for our chip leader, Tim Burden. Started with a massive chip lead of almost 1.8 million. About 1 3/4 million total. Had that chip lead all the way up to around 2.5 million on the field. Again, we're talking about just over 13 million chips in play. And now that chip lead is down to about 10 big blinds.
Actually pulled around a Bill on the button.
Never a dull moment on the HPT, as I always say.
85.
To 85,000. 85,000 is raised by Bill.
Bill's going to button raise. As we said, Bill the attorney.
He's going to make the call. 85,000. And the call could be heads up. Let's see the flop. Flop is 6 of clubs, 10 of clubs, 7 of diamonds, Andy's first stack.
Lives in nearby Wentzville, Missouri.
And he's going to bet
It's going to get bet into here by the big blind.
Bill's going to fold.
Bill says no thank you.
That's it.
And a good run here for Andy Eckel. Couple of
About 3 minutes.
hands in a row. And all of a sudden, finds himself with 2.5 million chips.
Good fold.
Yeah, good fold there would probably be better. Bad play, Bill. That's horrible.
Everybody's taking off Bill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Crazy.
What's going on?
Happens a lot.
Mentioned kids and grandkids and stuff like that. Tim, our chip leader, did want me to give a shout out to his
Tim's going to raise to 85,000. Action pulled around to Keith in the big blind.
wife Pam of 32 years.
Keith's going to fold. And Tim in the 9 seat.
2 sons, 2 daugers, 3 grandbabies.
10 minutes left at this level. 2 minutes.
Says his wife Pam is the best cook in the world.
Even if you thought you were bluffing, you were
In the whole world.
my hand.
Says that she makes beans and cornbread that'll make you take back stuff you didn't even steal. And if that doesn't tell you that he's from Kentucky. Real estate investor and chip leader. And quite frankly, I expected him to be a little bit more of a character here at this final table, given our interactions during the course of this week. But he's obviously getting down to some serious poker business here with 148,000 and change on the line, and I can certainly understand that. And he's getting ready to 3-bet. 280,000 on the 3-bet. He's done it on the man to his right, Dave, who has not been anywhere near as active as Tim has been during the course of the day. So there's going to be respect on that, I think, from both ends if players recognize that, and I see no reason as to why they wouldn't.
Action's folded around, and Tim in the 9th seat's going to take down the pot. Shows pocket tens.
Pocket tens on the 3-bet there, and Tim's getting a little bit of mojo back now, closing in back on the 3 million. It's a never-ending process, this game of poker. You're up and you're down.
He wants me in there.
It's like any other competitive environment. Can't get too high, can't get too low. Got to stay focused to try and
10-8 board.
maintain momentum or regain it, reestablish it. The emotional roller coaster of competition. And this will be the last break before we give a quick cause for the pause and some fine commercial messages and all that sort of thing. A button limp there from Keith. I don't think we've seen that yet today. And Koo saying, we're not going to deal with any of that right now.
Who's going to raise out the small blind to 155,155 over today.
It's a $1.50 and a nickel, 155. And that's a little bit stronger than some of Koo's previous raises throughout the day, bet sizing wise. Maybe the initial caller had something to do with that change in bet sizing. Keith lets the ace go, and Koo's going to take it down. And we'll see all about 15 minutes. We've got 2 players down. We've got 6 more to knock out before we crown our next HPT main event champion. Come on back here to the Hollywood Casino in St. Louis for more final table action.
flop came out, Jack 8, Jack. And I turned Jack.
Bill in
So
seat 3,
I flopped quads first thing, so-
1,445,000.
Or turn quads
Steve in
first thing,
seat
so
4, 1,590,000. Andy in seat
5.
5. I was seeing if you were 2,460,000. Keith in seat 6, 1,375,000. Koo in seat 7, 1,650,000. Dave in seat 8, 1,845,000. And Tim, still our chip leader in seat 9, 2,940,000. New blind level here is going to be 20,000. 20,000, 2040 with a 40. We'll start here in just a second. Thank you. You guys ready back there? He's here.
Wasn't even looking at you. What do y'all think about this guy? Is he not crazy or what?
I am crazy.
Promise he is.
I can't.
All right, 20,000, 40,000 with a 40,000 big blind Annie. You shuffle up and deal.
I got a pickle on my shirt. How can I?
20, 40 with a 40. Let's give our final 7 players a round of applause for getting it this far. Nice job, guys. Final 7 players here. First place today is going to pay just over 148,000.
Alrighty, welcome back to the Hollywood Casino St. Louis for our Heartland Poker Tour. Final table blinds are up to 20,000, 40,000, as you see at the top of your screen there. 40K big blind ante. As we head towards the 50 hand mark of this final table, we have seen 2 eliminations to this point. Greg Wood, our short stack, hung on for a while, but bowed out in 9th place. And Joe Landazzi right next to him in the 2 seat. 1 and 2 seats going down here early. Joe Landazzi just eliminated before that last break, about 5 minutes before. And Tim Burton, still our chip leader, nearly 3 million in chips, but a far cry from the 3.8 he had at the start of the day, and certainly even a farther cry from the 4.5 million he got up to, roughly. I'd say probably about 40 minutes since 40 minutes ago, probably was about when that happened. And Tim is going to quickly fire out here on the turn of the brutal turn of the deuce of diamonds. So his reputation that he has established, though, is one that he has not been afraid to bet with any hand. And I'm sure Koo took that into account when he put out his call. King of Hearts.
Check on the river.
Check on the end.
Diamond 6 of clubs for a pair of 10s.
And top pair on the flop for Tim.
Chicken tastes better. Fried chicken.
Gets him
You should have dressed up like
the first pot of the second session.
That'd have been better.
And puts him back over the 3 million chip mark. And a much more normal
No.
blind situation as he has 79 bigs.
That's false.
You recall he started the day with 152
And his weed.
big blinds. But as levels have gone up and as his chip stack has gone down a little bit, that number has normalized a little bit. He definitely has the sharpest hat of the final table, I will say that for him, regardless of how his chip stack has gone up and down. Getting out his small blind a little late there, but Dave Simon on the button is going to put out the open for this hand. He said his teenage son Preston was watching on the live stream. Is it spring break for him? I mean, because it's a school day. 13-year-old shouldn't be. You can say what you want about a 13-year-old watching a poker live stream, because I mean, first of all, his grandfather's involved, you know, so that's good. But it is a school day.
I got it.
What's going on here with that? I'll have to get a little bit more information out on the next break from him.
I noticed that about you.
But shout out to Preston regardless.
About an hour south of here in Hillsboro, little town. We have
It's the Kentucky of Missouri.
we have
Oh.
a
Oh, y'all have a Taco
Big deal.
Bell? Oh, that's awesome.
big deal. Uh-oh. And a McDonald's.
That's the place to go on Saturday.
125,000, 125.
Andy Eckel opening the spot for 125K. Said Andy usually doing far more important stuff than playing poker tournaments. He is a paramedic. Didn't have a whole lot of young guns at this final table this year. As I'm looking around and checking the bio sheets here, looks like Ku Vang is the youngest player here at age 36 at this final table. So let's hear something for the older folks. Poker's not just overtaken by the internet whiz kids. Of course, we mentioned Ku hasn't wasted any time fathering 6 kids at age 36. But a couple other guys in their 30s, Andy and Keith, both players in this hand. Both of them are 37. Had Greg Wood, our 9th place finisher, 45. William Burns, 47. 3 guys in their 50s. Steve Green, 50. Tim Burden, 52. And Joe Landazzi, our 8th place finisher, who just got knocked out, 53. And then there's Dave Simon, showing all these young whippersnappers how it's done, 70 years young, making an HPT final table and cashing, as we said, in his 4th event this week.
I have the first 5 winners for our drawing. If you hear your name or see your name, please make your way to the promotion center to claim your prize.
That's not obnoxious at all.
Clifford Bilbrook, Betty Mitchell, Dolores Poe, Timothy Shaw, and Keith Bauer. Again,
Keith took it down with the overpair there.
Dolores Poe, Timothy Shaw, and Keith Bauer. You have 10 minutes to make your way to the promotion center to claim your prize.
Okay, I'm going to tell you, as someone who has been here working this event, that you can expect another announcement there in about 5 minutes.
Yours is proud of me.
And another one about 5 minutes after that. And depending on what the prize is, you might hear what it is. They have a spin the wheel promotion out there for free slot play as well. So we apologize for those announcements if they're disturbing your enjoyment of our broadcast here on the Twitch stream at all. But those are broadcast throughout the casino property for when they do their drawing promotions.
I think me and you should have a radio show. Who wouldn't listen to that? Stephen A. Smith will be on there.
Andy's going to defend his big blind on Bill's 100K. Button raise. And another very uncoordinated flop. Jack 6-5 rainbow.
Always.
Neither player likes it to bet anymore. Although Bill will fire at the turn now.
He's a man amongst boys.
We have gotten a bunch of the gray chips off the table. Put a little bit more of those blues in play there. Those are the 100Ks. So I think just about everybody's got some of those now. And Bill's turn bet takes that down. His wife and birthday girl Trish still very vocal in her support out there. $20,673 guaranteed to all 7 of these players. We're playing for a first place prize of $148,587. These 9 gentlemen here today are going to be collecting about $450 grand between them. Always nice giving out these kind of paydays on the HPT. Got to privately admit that, well, I guess publicly, but in my own private thoughts, had some delusions of grandeur. As we said, we set a new state record for Missouri in terms of tournament entrance in a single poker tournament with our kickoff event here. Our 100K guarantee, $350 buy-in, 1,200. Was it 1280? It was almost 13. I think it was 1283 was the exact number. Almost 1,300 players in this field. It wasn't just that we broke the record; it's that we broke it by 20%. You know, it was like we went Bob Beeman on the record basically, and the previous record I think was right on 1060 or so. Battle of Hastings kind of numbers, 1066 was somewhere around there, and we put it over 1280, and just blew everything away. So I got all sorts of excited as far as to what our projections might be for the rest of the series, and Was thinking we might have a big enough field here for this main event where we could get a first place prize of 200,000. But while it was that not being able to hit that obviously is like, oh man, you know, a little bit of a bummer. But still, when you look at the overall numbers and see that our last St. Louis main event here, compare those numbers to this time around, we had almost a 50% increase.
I'm still looking for Timothy
that is certainly
Shaw. Again, that's Timothy Shaw. You have 6 minutes to make your way to the promotion center to claim your prize.
That is certainly an extreme positive. Glass more than half full, certainly. It's kind of like, you know, when you're out in the golf course and you shoot a 79 and you're like, well, dang it. If I didn't have that triple bogey on 5, you know, it could have been a 77 or a 76 or something like that. So, you know, you're always thinking about the shots that you miss. And look at this action we've got here. On a 5-3-5 flop, we had the check, the bet, the check raise, the re-raise.
330,000 is the re-raise amount by Coon. 330.
And it's a check. It's a check raise and then a min 3 bet. We go check 80, 205, 330.
Total's 330, right?
535 rainbow on the board. We could be looking at a couple of overpairs here, folks. I can't imagine Keith folding, but I'm not so sure about him raising now. Of course, these are the moments where you can talk yourself into problems. You convince yourself that your opponent has one of the hands that you can beat. But certainly calling, I would think, and seeing another card isn't outrageous. Of course, you know, what do you do with 10s right now? At the same time. We're playing, oh, he does let it go. Wow, very disciplined lay down there by Keith. You know. And if he does have 10s, you know, what are you beating right there?
About 47 minutes. 47 minutes.
How many boys?
I got 4 boys and 2 girls.
4 boys, 2 girls. What's the oldest?
11.
11 years old?
So 6 kids all underneath.
6 kids. Wow, you need to.
What did he say? They were all under the age of what?
Dave's going to be first to act in the AC.
Of course, as we said here, Ku's only 36, so they all have to be under the age, you would think, reasonably, of what, 16, right?
I'm still looking for Timothy Shaw. Again, that's Timothy
We're still looking for Tim.
You have 3 minutes to make your way to the promotion center to claim your prize.
I don't know. Just a good bet.
Bill's going to make the call. Thanks for holding around the key for the small blind.
As you saw on the ladder there, all players pretty comfortable right now, 7-handed, as they all had well over 30 big blinds. We came back the lowest on the scale was Keith with 34. Bill has called. Dave's open. And we've now got her back around to the blinds.
Is that a stack of yellow behind them?
No, I started with like 1.5 somewhere there.
Keith has called as well from the small blind now. And Ku left to call the remaining 50,000 from the big. And he does so. We have 4-way excitement here to this flop. Once again, for those complaining on the stream, we do not have hole cards in the state of Missouri. Not allowed to use them. So you get to play along with everybody else here, which is a little bit harder with 4 people in the hand. But Dave was our pre-flop raiser. And it looks like he's going to continue here. Oh no! A little bit of a double bluff move there.
Bill checks the wall, 4 players check the button.
And no one wants to play in the 4-way pot on the ace king 9.
Keith is first.
4 clubs on the turn. Two flush draws, 2 Broadway cards. No real dangerous straight draws though. Now Dave's doing some more counting, and this time he does put some chips forward, like about 260.
Dave's gonna bet 350,000, 350. Bill.
Oh no, I stand corrected. It's the Loch Ness Monster making his first appearance. I need about 350, and that's going to do it. All fear the Loch Ness Monster at the final table from Dave Simon. And Dave moves into second place now, I believe, for the first time today on the chip leaderboard. Everyone's still chasing Tim, who has sort of reinvigorated his chip lead a little bit, not up where it once was, but now got over $1 million more ahead of the field. As I said there, you can see there, 32 big blinds, the shortest stack right now, so we could get some good play this session. This 2 hours, which is about an eighth of the way complete.
Action's up on the pre-seed is going to raise to 100,000. 100,000 is the current bet.
Congratulations to all of our winners this drawing. Listen for 5 more names coming up at 2:30.
Oh, great. 5 more names at 2:30.
Archive that hand.
That's 15 minutes from now if you want to set your clocks.
It's going to hold actions back to Bill on the 3-seed, 350,000.
And speaking of the Loch Ness Monster, it returns in the form bet of Andy Eccles' 3-bet. I'll need about 350. 350. Well, it was about that time that I realized that this poker player was a giant monster from the Paleolithic era. That was a horrible impression right there. I usually do that much better. I apologize. To the greatest social commentary show of our time, South Park.
40,000 is our big play. Bill's going to be first. Bill's going to make the call. 40,000 is the current bet.
Did get someone messaging me on the mentioned the story about Nice Kathy, one of our dealers here, giving a very sweet engagement present to myself and my fiance. So you talked about you have multiple Kathys and you call this one Nice Kathy. Is there a not nice Kathy? There is. We call her Mean Kathy, although she's not really all that mean. She's just mean by comparison. Although in comparing people to Nice Kathy, just about everybody could be mean. I could be Mean Dominic. Jeremy Smith, our tournament director, and our final table announcer would be Mean Jeremy. And we have Mean Wayne, the dealer, right there, and Mean Bill winning the spot, the attorney. And Bill's been pretty steady today, between about 1.5 and 2 million, pretty consistently. Hasn't been winning huge, hasn't been losing huge, but
I'm pretty sure the casino.
he's been solid so far, and is still average chip stack right now. As you see, there's about 1.9, just over 1.9 million, 7-handed with what we have in play. So 1.6 that I think I saw he was at, 1.8. Nothing wrong with that right at this point. So we're going to head up to 30 and 60 blinds next hand, and that'll be a sizable jump in the situation here. Blinds going up by 50%. Raise and take from Koo.
Michael, and then and then Allison is 7.
7.
Yeah, so we waited 4 years, and then Tyven is 6, and then we have Ryder, that's a 4-year-old, and then we have twins, Paige and Perry are 2-year-olds.
Paige and Perry, 2 years old. Wow, man, that's awesome.
Pretty cool.
Did Koo say 2-year-old twins just there?
That is awesome.
2-year-old twins, holy cow. Goodness.
85,000 is the raise by Chris.
God bless her.
Just hold around the bill with small blinds, get a call.
Can see why his wife is not in the crowd if she's not here. I don't know.
And Steve's going to make the call, 85,000. And the call is going to be heads up. Let's see the clock.
Had a little bit of a Twitter debate about parenting earlier this week. Completely off topic of poker. Hardest, most rewarding job out there, as far as I'm concerned. We'll complain about some of the things that we have in our everyday jobs. I will, and working poker tournaments. It's nothing compared to the waters you have to navigate as a parent. Shout out to all who are able to do it well,
Minnesota. I was born in Tyven.
not the least of which my parents.
Very early age.
So your wife watching
Yeah, she should be.
all the kids down from school?
We have 3 of them in school now, and then the 3 little ones. My wife just.
My mom will be turning 70 this year, God bless her. Putting up with me for that long. Not all 70, but I'm sure it seems like it.
Dave's going to raise. 90,000 is the raise by Dave.
Because I remember we threw a surprise party for when she turned 60. That was, seemed like a lifetime ago. Of course, because our her step grandbabies at the time were much younger. Got a bunch of them in college right now, and they're obviously in elementary school back then. Oh, here we go. I've been complaining about boring, ugly flops. There's your royal flush draw. Flop between Andy and Dave. Andy defending pre-flop against Dave's open.
Dave's going to bet 250,000, 250.
$250,000 from Dave on the continuation.
Nary a spade in my hand.
Gotta show it if you have. I guess he didn't have the royal. Andy says nary a spade in my hand.
I'd be willing to bet my entire stack you weren't bluffing on that one.
Huh?
I'd be willing to bet my entire stack you weren't bluffing on that one.
You know I wasn't.
Huh?
I said, you know I wasn't.
Exactly.
I can't talk to you.
So you would have put all
You
your
picked
chips
me up
in
right
knowing
away.
that he wasn't bluffing?
No, I'm saying I'll take a whole other stack.
No,
I'm messing with you. The way you said it.
Yeah.
Good read.
Let's say I don't know if I would do that.
85,000 is the raise by Koo. 85,000.
Koo opening under the gun this time.
That was pretty quick.
Well, I didn't have a spade in my hand.
Looks like we're getting 3-bet chips together here from our chip leader, though.
Tim's going to re-raise to 225,000.
2 1/4 from Tim Bird. It is spelled burden, as in he's being a burden to this rest of this table by having the chip lead. As we said, Tim's had himself quite a year, cashing in the WSOP main event this past summer. Not hugely, but he said it was a huge moment for him, obviously. Cashing in the biggest tournament in the world for the first time, and then parlays that money into the into an MSPT title.
He's going to re-raise, total bet.
A little over a month later, and now here he is at an HPT final table, entering as a huge chip leader and still keeping it to this point. And hello 4-bet from Keith Heine. Says, here's your diabetic pickle right here, 575,000. If you're wondering what it means, that's a pickle on his shirt right there. That was the team for their charity walk the diabetic pickles, in honor of his one of his 5 sons who has juvenile diabetes. Walked in honor of that. And now Koo saying, "What the heck did I start here?" He's going to lay it down. And Tim says no as well.
Show it this time, boys.
Keith showing this one. Looked like a couple of ladies, if I saw that right.
No, you didn't. Stop.
Tim jokes, I had that beat.
Overs, yeah. You're not
I don't think you're the big one yet.
Oh, okay.
I think I'm, no, yeah, I don't think, give
I
him back
gave it
that
to
big
you.
one. That's
I'm
it.
sorry, I apologize.
I'm the big one.
And hates me, so.
40,000, 40,000, more than 40,000.
One of our bigger crowds here. We set up maybe about 30 chairs or so back here, but we've had pretty much standing room only from what I've seen. We had a nice picture on our Facebook page
That's why when he said overs, I'm like, yeah, right.
of all the people
40,000 is our big blind.
checking out the final table action here. First time we've been here at the Hollywood Casino in St. Louis, and yeah, it's been fantastic.
Right? That's pretty fair.
State records going down.
It's an even one.
Almost 150K for first place going down.
I can't cheer, go Phil.
Got to see my buddy Heather Alcorn, my main event final table dealing compadre. And for those of you who follow our trips to St. Louis regularly, you'll know the name of Mary Sturgis. Made a couple of final tables here with us. We had a very interesting conversation about her missing iPod yesterday. I won't go into the full details, but let's just say that autocorrect can be fun sometimes. And we had quite the laugh, and she posted about it on the Tweety box, and go find that. Oh, here we go. All in on the flop. Ace, Queen, 7. I believe this was a check raise all in as well.
Hey, it's your wife's birthday.
It's your wife's birthday. I'll show you.
I can't.
Top 2.
Come on.
I don't think that was that difficult of a read, though. But
King was coming, though. That's why. I was like, get out of here, Bill. I outflopped you. I got lucky.
I think Bill may have claimed ace king there.
I'm good at that.
But Bill now our short stack, and suddenly is a little less comfortable. We said he's been pretty much between 1.5 and 2 million all day, but now our short stack 26 bigs, still okay, but maybe a little bit disconcerted. But
Look at Alan play.
not afraid to put those chips to use there. Shotgun raise to 100K.
All right, I'll settle down. It's too much Red Bull.
Action sold around, and Bill's going to take down the pot.
And he'll get
Hey, Bill.
get those blinds
I
up.
folded the winner there just now.
Dealer. 10 back.
Just now. You don't want me to call with the hand I had is what I'm saying. No, 10 jack. You know, you're going to hit your 2 pair and I can make it.
About halfway through level number 25 of this
Oh my God, he had
Heartland Poker Tour main event.
I got fluff.
Thank you for joining us on the Twitch stream here today. Dominic Sievert in the booth with you as we look to crown our next main event champion. We have not had, I remember we had 4 or 5 previous champions at our event in Blackhawk we just did. And we had a repeat winner with Nick Papillo. But we've had a bunch of final tables here previously. We've had a 5th place, an 8th place, a 7th place, a 6th place, a 3rd place. People who have won other circuits events before, other circuit stops, other poker tours, but no previous HPT main event champions at this final table. So someone's getting their first bracelet here today. Andy and Tim checking the turn this time after 125K winning on the flop. And both players check. Andy shows a 7.
Wow.
Oof.
Blood Jack didn't come.
Ace Jack over Jack 7 right there. Andy hits his 7. Tim bemoans his misfortune of getting out flopped. But he is still the chip leader. He has not relinquished it. This entire final table came in overwhelmingly with the advantage. 152 big blinds, 3.8 million, but he's had his stack sliced by about a third here and is now in danger of relinquishing that top spot on the ladder, which has been pretty much written in pen since about 2 tables were left. The hand of the tournament so far. Tim outflopping his opponent, middle set against an overpair. And I'm not sure if it was the 2 chip leaders, but it was pretty close because they both had over $1.5 million in front of them when the hand started, and when it was over, Tim had over $3.5 million in front of him.
Tim is first. He checks over to Bill. 100. Bill's going to bet 100,000. Actually, back to Tim. He's going to make the call. 100,000 and a call. Let's see the turn card. Turn card is the 9 of spades. Both players check the turn. Let's see the river card. Turn card is the queen of clubs. Tim is first.
Not a very exciting board here.
Both players check the river. Let's see a winner.
Let's see our winner here.
5 of spades, 4 of hearts for a pair of 4.
A 4 is good enough here. Middle pair on the flop that just got uglier and uglier, but it holds up. And Tim may no longer be in the chip lead. Let's see the ladder. Dun, 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 drama. He is still the chip leader by less than 100,000 over Andy Eckel.
About 27 minutes left at this level.
Tim has not been shy about putting his chip lead at risk, though. I will say that. He has been very active. He has made some bluffs. Some have worked, probably, and we've seen a couple that have not. But he is in peril here.
You gotta make it at least
About
80.
every hand
God,
now.
what am I doing? Sorry, boys.
Keith with the under raise.
Got the jitters here.
We're only 34 minutes into this level, so I can understand why he would be confused as a blind.
Steve's in the 4 seats. Steve's going to hold it. And Keith is going to take down the pot.
But the under raise is good enough this time.
Had ace-ing off.
And Keith also closing in now on the chip lead. There was a time when Tim had more than double everyone at the table. Now there are 3 players within 10 big blinds of him.
Over to Phil, he's going to raise to 85,000. Over to Dave now in the 8th seat. 85,000 is the current bet.
Dave quickly getting out, re-raising chips.
Dave's going to re-raise to 240,000.
240, nearly tripling. Q's open.
240,000 is the current bet.
Steve Green's been very quiet today.
240 is
Probably has been the least active player at this final table, like outside of maybe Joe Landazzi, our 8th place finisher, but he's been very inactive today. When he's been in hands, he's had it. So that call out of the small blind probably has Koo a little bit concerned.
I'll get out of the camera.
Dave himself, I mean, these might be the two tightest players we have remaining in the field, Dave and Steve, and Koo seeing a 3-bet from his open and a call from those two players. So a fold would not be an unrespectable play here. Meanwhile, I'm waiting on lunch. Although Koo just grabbed some blue chips. Big pot here. 800K in the middle. 3 ways, 3 crappy cards. 6-5-3, 2 hearts. I can't imagine this changed anyone's hand. Dave was our 3-better, remember? So if he's the 3-bet aggressor, he might think he has the best hand. Oh, and he will just bet everything. So there you go. Wow. Steve with a very quick call. Koo says, no thank you. 2 overpairs. Let's see who's got the biggest. Oh, no. Dave, ace-king suited with no flush draw. And Steve, I told you, Steve, remember, we had he eliminated Greg in 9th place just calling the pre-flop jam with the big stack behind him, and Steve had aces. He has another huge pocket pair here, and now Dave, needing an ace or a king on the end to survive, does not do so. And I mean survive in this hand, and Steve, another big double up with another big pocket pair. Fear this man when he is in the pot with you. As we said, Steve Green making his first major final table appearance. He was guaranteed to have a career best payout. A career best cash today. His previous high was less than $10,000. We were guaranteeing $14K for this final table. And Steve Green, you would not have thought it. Steve came in as our second short stack to this final table. And he is the one who takes the chip lead from Tim Burden. You never know what's going to, and did it basically with 2 hands, as we said, the pocket aces and the pocket queens, eliminating one player, doubling up through another player in those 2 hands. And he is now your chip leader at this final table. 50 years old, self-employed is all I've got from him here. So that could be anything. I'm going to assume it's reputable, though. Keith folds the 3 deuce, but an aggressive move there by Dave. Dave Simon in his first major final table as well, putting all those chips at risk, and Steve was trapping, and Dave stepped into it. Well, I won't say groin first, but it was painful. He cannonballed right into it, basically. And Steve sucked all the water out of the pool. And Kersplat. And as you saw on the board there, Dave is our new short stack and in the danger zone under 20 big blinds. And how about Steve making a pre-flop raise? This should get everyone out. Although Koo's considering a defense here from the big. He's leaning towards his chips. I think he's going to put him in. There it is. He's grabbing them. He wants to see a flop. He set mine earlier and hit, I recall, in a big hand. I think that might have been in hand with Joe Landazzi. 10-5 deuce, 2 diamonds. I would think Steve has the best hand right now. And he will continue to put chips in the middle. Koo might fold before he actually gets them into the middle. as long as it's taking him to count out his actual bet size.
Steve is going to bet. 240,000.
There it goes.
Steve and the 4 seed's going to take down the pot.
Do not mess with Steve Green. Mr. Green at the poker table with a chip lead.
My son, he's got type 1 diabetes.
The first player not named Tim Burton to eclipse 3 million in chips.
Thing, and this was the team name for the walk. So he called himself the diabetic pickle. He's 12, so yeah, it's pretty cool. He asked me to wear it, so that's why I got a big pickle on my shirt, boys. Also, it's cool.
Usually when a poker player
Pickles are pretty delicious, I ain't gonna lie.
has a pickle on their shirt, it's for far
That's the key.
less honorable means. I will say that.
Kid Rock is in the house.
So nice to see Keith representing pickles in a positive way here.
Yeah, we just found out about that last August. It's a vicious thing. Like every day, you got to do insulin,
Mentioned the story about Mary.
blood sugars. So, but we're doing.
She just messaged me that she heard it. She's watching and listening and got quite the chuckle out of it.
He's the oldest of 5 boys. Oh yeah.
Bubba's 4 of diamonds, 3 of hearts, 10 of hearts. Dave's going to be first to act. Dave's going to move all in over to Andy.
Oh, all in.
Andy says no folds, and Dave's going to take down the pot.
We see how Dave's stack was crippled there by that all in that Steve took down. Steve was the middle player there in that hand. You recall it was about on that flop. They went to
There
the
had been 2 diamonds on the board.
coup had about $1 million. Steve had about 1.4. Dave had about 1.8. So you saw what that did to his stack right there. I'm enjoying my conversations off air here.
90,000. 90,000 is the current bet.
Very entertaining. We did see the poker room manager in the background there, Mike. I want to give a shout out to him. His staff have been very, and this was the case at their other St. Louis properties here. You ever said that you needed something, they did everything they could to help you get it, what you needed. Toot sweet. And that went for the cage here as well, too. Shout out to the cage at Hollywood St. Louis. You give them these, these complicated tournament payout forms where you got all these massive numbers of chips that get broken down, and they'll take care of business for you and get it to you. And it's been a very impressive partnership here to kick off our first event here at our new home in St. Louis, Hollywood Casino. As you wondering, there was a huge merger buyout in the casino industry between Penn Gaming and Pinnacle Gaming. Penn now the new owner of the Heartland Poker Tour. Speaking of Penn, we'll be going to Pennsylvania here in a couple of weeks. Our stop at the Meadows Casino in Pittsburgh.
75,175 over to Keith.
Of course, I'm a little bit anxious about that stop because we could be in Pittsburgh during the Stanley Cup playoffs, and my Washington Capitals, allow me to amend that, my defending Stanley Cup champion Washington Capitals could be dealing with the evil, nasty, rotten Pittsburgh Penguins again this year in one of the 2 opening rounds. Exercised the Demons last year and wrapped the title. 315 on the river here from Steve. Be very afraid. Be very, very afraid. Steve Green has bet chips.
All or nothing in that one. What I thought you had. Monster or nothing. That's all I was saying. Had to believe you on that one. Not a lot of outs.
Keith said you either had the nuts or you had nothing there, and there certainly isn't anything that we've seen from Steve to this point to indicate that he would not have something there. Now, perhaps if Tim had made that kind of a bet, Keith would be more likely to call, because Keith has been forced to show some missed draws and some bluffs here today. And Steve, once again, raising. Be very afraid, everyone. Be very, very afraid. Well, Keith looks like he wants to get some of his chips back.
Keith is going to make the call over to Koo. The 7 seats. 90,000 is the current bet.
I think Koo might be thinking 3-bet here. Raise and a call in front. A shove would be a little crazy, but would not be out of the ordinary from a couple players at this table, but not Koo. And there is the 3-bet. 315.
15,000 is the current bet. Pull it around back to Steve in the
And back to Steve. Now, this could be interesting.
15,000 is the current bet.
Steve not only opened, but he opened from under the gun. And I have warned people about getting involved with Steve. And he is fondling his stack of 100Ks. I don't think he's leaving the hand now. The only question is call or raise. But it's not a very decisive move. We'll say that, unless he's, oh, he does let it go. Okay. So it may have been something in the ace-jack suited kind of mold. Pocket nines kind of mold.
Where'd you start with, Koo? 1.35.
That is not a vacuum cleaner, in case you're wondering. That is the restroom hand dryer. They do not have, they have gone green here at Hollywood Casino, do not have any paper towels in the restrooms. So they only have the hand dryers. Whoa.
Thanks.
4-bet from Keith Heine. $1 million of fake money.
Is that? Okay. There we go. I said it.
Yes, he did announce that the bet was going to be $1 million, so that dirty stack will come out and be made into a clean stack of $1 million in chips.
Wow.
And in hindsight, this might be a very, very good fold by Steve. Koo says, no thank you. And Keith Heine and his diabetic pickle with the big win pre-flop, picking up about 500,000 in chips. Ah, lunch has arrived. They have the chicken salad sandwich here.
Afraid you were gonna do the old pocket fives tricking in.
And the veggie sticks. For those of you who do not know about veggie sticks, or excuse me, the veggie straws. For those who do not know about veggie straws, they are in your potato chip aisle. And they are fantastic. They are very natural. They have sea salt. There are some organic options as well. And they're basically pseudo potato chips. But they're much healthier for you. Veggie straws, veggie sticks.
You'll see it on coverage. It's square on the kid fives.
Keith with a raise and take there. And Keith is closing in on the top of the ladder. Keith closing in on 2.5 million, which I believe would be his high water mark for this final table. I don't think he's been that high yet.
Shinzaku is going to raise to 85,000. Tim's going to make the call. 85,000 and a call. Over to Steve. Steve's going to make the call as well. Over to Andy.
We'll get 3 people calling, or 2 people calling coups open here on this hand. As you can see, after losing that 3-bet, coup is in trouble under $1 million in chips. Although still over 20 big blinds start this hand, so not too much trouble. And if you're gonna, how can I fold here for just 45K more?
85,000 and a call. Going to be 4 players to the flop.
And so we're gonna get 4-handed here.
Flop is 3 of spades, 8 of diamonds.
Ace, 8, 3, couple of spades. Someone else is getting lunch as well here.
Checks. Andy checks. Over to coup.
Checking to the better.
And 2 checks. All 4 players check the flop. Let's see the turn.
Everybody check the ace. What the hell do y'all have?
Steve's going to be first.
Spade flush hits.
Check over to coup.
Wheel draw hits. Once again, checking to the better.
Coup checks.
And
over
the
to
better
Tim.
checking.
Tim's going to bet 175,175.
Tim will fire a shell. Almost half the pot.
Actions pulled around back to coup. 175,000 is a
Might be
bet.
enough. Got rid of half the field. But Q's reaching. Again, could this be the influence
Who's
of
gonna make the call? 175 and a call.
the hands Tim has had to show thus far today?
Your card is the 7 of diamonds.
7 of
Over
diamonds,
to Tim.
No, that's fine.
300,000.
300,000 next is back to coup.
Q looks like he wants to look it up. Huh? Stopped from putting them in the middle though. Decided to do some shuffling. And he is going to make the call.
Tim shows. Queen of hearts, jack of hearts.
Another
Shows
bluff
pocket nines for a pair of nines.
from Tim. And it does not work.
Nice call.
I'm good. Nice call.
Good hand, too.
I want to say that's the 3rd or 4th bluff that Tim has had to show down because he has been called.
Probably just close my eyes and
And if you want to look for a reason why he is no longer our chip leader, that would be it.
stick the chips in.
He's going to have to dial that back a little bit. I understand that nut queen high doesn't have a lot of showdown value on that board, but sometimes it's just best to let some. I mean, it was going to be checked around to him on the turn. It was checked around to him. No reason not to check on the river and then maybe fire and see what
He was going to re-raise.
you can get anything out of it. But
225,225 is the current bet. 225,000 is the current bet. Over to Andy in the small blind. He folds. Over to Keith in the big blind actions.
Roulette again. This time Dave was the 3-better.
125,000 is the current bet.
Puts Dave under the million chip mark
The 25 case. So that's 500K.
in terms of what he has behind.
How much is it? 225 total, right?
225 total. Yep.
Is that right?
Who's gonna make the call? 225.
Koo makes the call for 2 and a Q.
This king of spades, 5 of clubs, 4 of spades. Who's first? Who checks over to Dave? All in.
Dave
Says
puts it all in.
Back to Koo.
And now Koo's thinking back to that hand where Steve doubled up that he was in, I believe. He was the third player in that. Where Dave went all in with ace king in that he didn't hit the flop and got called
810,000.
by the overpair
That's the all-in amount by Dave. 810 actually.
of Steve Green. And I'm sure he's wondering, has Dave missed again and put it all in with, say, an ace-queen? And now here I am with something like pocket sixes. Hoping to set mine and missing, but do I still have the best hand? He does let it go, as his chip stack was a little high and knocked him over.
Super Dave. Squeeze that one out.
Cooper Keys.
He just
Closing in on the end of the 20K, 40K blind level. We'll be going to 30, 60 next. And that will get interesting for some of our participants here.
I really want to see that one on TV now.
It's a couple of
I really want to see that one on TV too, Koo.
I think that's the one I want to see.
Go ahead, Dave.
Dave knows that.
Dave's going to be first back here in the AC.
Oh, sorry, thanks.
40,000 is our big blind.
Whoa.
Dave's going to raise to 105,105. Actually pulled around a Koo in the big blind. He's going to fold. And Dave's going to take down the pot.
Raise and take for Dave. Dave's crowd being a little bit more vocal now.
Oh, it did?
Yeah. Kid rocks your kid. Wow. Did he just say I love you, Daddy?
Pulled around a Keith in a bit on the button.
You see Keith Heine in 2 pictures right there.
95,000 is
These are
by Keith. 95,000.
track cam monitor there, as well as live on your screen, making a raise from the button.
95,000 is the current bet.
Who's gonna make the call?
Who's going to make the call? 95,000 in a call over to Dave in the big blind. And Dave's going to make the call as well.
Dave would also like to see a flop, so button and blinds for this hand.
Let's see the flop. Flop is 7 of spades, ace of clubs, deuce of diamonds. Do his first act. Who checks over to Dave.
Ace, ace, 4, 3 double suited, looking pretty good right now.
Dave checks over to Keith. Keith is going to bet 155,000, 155. This will be the last hand at this level. 155 is the current bet.
Check to the razor, and he made it 155.
Dave's gonna fold. Gonna be heads up. Let's see the turn.
Koo wants to stick around.
Who was first to act? Who checks over to Keith?
Another check from Koo. Another bet coming from Keith.
Keith is gonna bet 250,000.
$250,000. Is that enough to make the father of six go away? Who I believe said 2-year-old twins earlier as part of that brood.
Who's gonna make the call?
No, it is not.
Let's see
We
the
will
river
see a
card.
river card.
River card's a deuce of hearts.
Another deuce.
Gonna be first to act.
I'm thinking this might be a battle of kickers here, folks. And the fact that there is nothing higher than a 9 on the board out there off the ace.
150,000, 150 over to Keith.
A little blocker bet from Koo right there of 150. I don't think Koo would be playing a deuce like this. So again, you bet about 10% of the pot there in the end, not even. Just a little more than 10% of the pot. I mean, very small blocker bet here. But it's got Keith thinking. Again, you're talking about a guy in Kuvag who has 170 tournament caches since he started playing in 2006. Also plays a ton of online.
150?
Keith certainly has the chips to make this call. I'm a little bit confused as to why he's hemming and hawing right now. I'm not usually a fan of pot odds, but if you have an ace here, you have to call. And I think both players do have an ace. He does make the call. Ace 5.
Two pair aces and deuces with a 9.
Wow, no ace from Keith right there.
Take down the pot. That was the last hit at that level.
Was that a value blocker bet? I mean, wow. Big win for Kuvang right there. He picks up over $750,000 in chips in the last hand of level 25, and we now go up to 30 and 60,000 blinds. And that is going to make the situation a little bit hairier for a lot of people.
It's hard to do. Yeah. And I'm pretty well protected there as well too, where you
Several players now under 30,000 big blinds, or excuse me, under 30 big blinds.
Right. I mean, I was never.
And we'll see what is wrought here in this, which I think could be a very pivotal level in this tournament. We'll now have, what, about
That's a dream. I didn't.
10-8, I might have went 175.
200 and change big blinds on the table, like about 220 or so.
The only hope for me.
7 players between them. Going to be big stuff happening here on this level.
Sevens. There's another thing too, just in case.
I just bet like 300 and I can call.
New announcer this time.
A lot shorter.
Tall guy.
Yeah. Tall guy's gone.
There it is, tall man.
Raise 125.
Bill raises to 125,000.
Right, are we 25-50 or are we 30-60 here? Do we have a mistake on my screen?
Bang.
Send help.
125.
Mr. Bang makes the call with 125,000.
And darn it, I deleted that earlier today. Okay,
Get
so
out of the way. We're going to see the flop. Heads up.
I'm going to go with what they're playing right now, 25 and 50.
All right, that's fine.
Let's go ahead and see the flop.
Sorry.
Flop is 3 of clubs, 2 of diamonds, ace of hearts.
3-2-1 contact on the flop. Those of you who remember your old 80s PBS. I'm going to have to reload this now.
30-60 right there.
Trying to.
25-50.
Okay, they have corrected it now on my screen. It is, we did have a 25-50 level. So there was a computer glitch.
Turn card is at 9 of hearts. Actions on Bill.
Of course, that's actually user error.
Bill checks.
All right, so that changes things a little bit. A lot of bit, actually. Blinds being at 25 and 50 as opposed to
See the river? River's a 8 of hearts. Back to
30
Bill.
and 60.
Bill bets 150,000.
That creates a little bit more space for our players to breathe. As Bill Burns picks up about $250,000 in that fake dollars in that pot. And look at Tim Burton. Look at that. He is now down in the middle of the pack.
Viewing, you can see their faces in our live stream.
1.6 million.
If you haven't done that, you go to HPT. Go to Twitch TV, twitch.tv/HPT Poker.
Thank you all for joining our Twitch stream today as we hit the top of the hour here, 3 p.m.
He lets his hand go,
local time.
and he lets his hand go.
$148,587 awaiting our winner here as we crown our new HPT champion, and it will be a new champion. None of our final table players have ever finished with a trophy or a ring or a bracelet or whatever we've given away over the years, a watch, whatever we got going on. I've had various prizes for our first place champion, our first place winners over the years.
He lets his hand go. Back to the small blind.
But the best was Keith Heine, our diabetic pickle, finished third at an HPT event here in August. HPT main event, I should say, in August.
There, flop's gonna be 7 of clubs, queen of
No
clubs.
one even making heads up, never mind ever winning an HPT event before.
Keith is first
And Tim and
half.
Keith in this hand together.
Excuse me. Tim was first half in the night, so he checked.
Tim defending his big blind as he has been wont to do throughout the course of the day, and maybe has gotten him into trouble a little bit. And Queen 7 deuce, not a very bluff-tastic board. Oh, excuse me, Keith was defending his, Tim was defending his small blind, not his big blind, but he's defended that too. Tim says no, and Tim from the penthouse almost to the outhouse.
I'm not showing anymore. That's it.
One part shows queen of diamonds.
Keith showed that he flopped top pair.
And players out of 444 entrants in our main event. We're down to our final 7. Let's give these guys a big round of applause.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, well, as we start this hand here, action will start off with Andy. Andy in our 5 seat. Andy releases his hand. Keith and Koo release their hands.
Dave's going to
Dave
open
raises
this
up,
pot,
125,000.
$1.25. As we say,
Holds in the button.
Raise 300.
We got a re-raise to 300,000.
Massachusetts, where I
On our 3 seat.
spent my high school years. We get a 3 bet now from Bill,
Holds his big
up to
blind.
300K.
Back over.
Again, you see Steve Green, not in the hand. He is our chip leader. When he is in the hand, you run screaming. He will not defend his blinds. He will not raise pre-flop. He will not be active unless he has it. And he has had it only about 3 or 4 times today, but when he has had it, he has maxed valued it. Bill with the lead into the razor, 300K on Jack 7-6. John Hagberg taking over announcing duties here. His wife Kristen worked this event as well. I just saw her and her dog heading to the car with some of their travel equipment, as it were. Dave counting out calling chips.
Come on.
He says, hell with that, I'm going all in. Bill with the donk bet. Dave trying to punish him for it. And does this put Bill at risk? I believe they're very close. No, I think Bill has him covered by a little bit. Maybe a couple 100,000 as I'm looking at that. Yeah, it says on our screen 700K to call with 875 behind. So this is basically an all-in moment right here for Bill and his birthday girl wife. And he wants a precise count. Can't blame him under this situation.
Okay. He said that's all right.
Looks like we have an all-in bet of $1 million from Dave in the 8 seat.
$1 million on the nose? Looks like it. Bill says no.
And Bill releases his hand. Dave's going to win this pot.
Dave's made some big bets. Finally won one of them.
50,000 blinds.
And as you can see, that hand damaged Bill. See the bottom 2 rungs of the ladder right there, currently occupied by the guys who came in number 1 and number 3, respectively, in terms of chip stack for this final table.
Well, you need to tell her that.
Tim was first, as we said, by a wide margin. Bill was third. Not too far behind Andy. All 3 are still here, but certainly not where they once were in terms of the hierarchy.
By Tim in the 9 seat to 300,000.
Tim refuses to slow down. It's both admirable and
By Bill in the 3 seat.
painful at the same time, I think.
That figures.
Tim says that figures as Bill shoves on him.
Well, action is over to Tim now.
Folded back to Tim. He's going to get a count. Going to cost him about half his remaining stack.
875,000.
We got an all-in bet of 875,000.
There it is.
Call.
Tim says call. Pocket pair, looks like.
Bill shows pocket 10s.
Tim
Called down by
pocket
Tim in
10.
the 9 seat with pocket 6s.
Oh, excuse me. Bill has the pocket 10s. Tim has the pocket 6s, of course. Pocket 6s were the magical hand that got Tim the chimp lead yesterday. Is it magic form again? Not yet. He's got backdoor hearts, but no straight draws, and he's looking for a 6, obviously, as well. That's not going to help. So he needs a 6 only to double up and knock out Bill, and it does not happen. Queens and 10s. Going to be the double up hand for Bill Burns, and Tim Burden, our chip leader, is now our short stack. 3.8 million coming to the final table. Now with under 700,000.
Well, you didn't have to worry about me. I
And
had
13
7
big
so
blinds. And not in a good way, etc., etc.
He's so active, it's hard.
Nice hand, Bill. Turns out you beat everything.
Blind still at
You beat
25,000,
pocket aces,
50,000, 45 minutes left
No, he
on this
doesn't.
level.
Yeah,
We're gonna
you
start
made it
action
straight.
off with who?
The 10 made the straight.
Yeah, but there was an ace and 2 queens out there.
Or was he two queens? I thought it was just. I don't know. Doesn't matter. What are we talking
It wasn't a 6, I know that.
It was not. You're right.
Dave is gonna raise it up. 110,000.
Dave with the open to 110.
Both Tim and Bill fold their hands over the button.
Uh-oh, Steve is thinking. Everyone run. Re-raise coming.
Steve is gonna go ahead and re-raise it.
360.
Make it 360,000. Both blinds.
360K. Everyone run screaming. They're listening. They're paying attention.
Gonna win this pot.
I don't want any of you right now, sir.
Do not F with Steve Green.
He's got one supporter in the audience today.
Behind the curtain.
He's not going to get a cheer from the blinds that he just took.
Nice hand, I guess.
Steve Green over almost 3.5 million on the ladder.
Want me to go first again?
Sizable lead on Ku Vang in second place, but we've seen over the course of time how leads like that can evaporate.
3-seat and 4-seat fold their hands as well. The button releases his. Small blind makes the call.
Blind limpage from Keith. The battle of the dads. 11 kids between those two gentlemen right there in the blinds. So you're rooting for their college funds. Ku says, I'm going to option it.
60,000.
Throw a buck and a dime on top. And Keith's thinking about staying around. There you go.
And we get a call. So it's going to be the 8 in show.
Keith and Ku show, as
Let's see the flop, please.
John says right there. He's got a little bit of a sense of humor with him.
Board comes out 6 of spades, 6 of hearts, jack of spades. Action is on Ku.
Tim is saying, where the hell was that flop a minute ago?
I know, right? Flop like Bill.
Keith deciding on a course of action here. I think all, well, he only has 2 options, check or bet. I think both are in play right now. He did
Makes
check.
175,000 bet.
And Ku puts about half the pot out there, and Keith wastes no time in calling.
Keith.
175.
Nope. Oh, yeah, okay.
All right, we're going to see the turn.
Keith wants to see another card. I can't imagine that helped him a whole lot.
Keith is first out.
But he's going to fire instead. 300K. I'm totally confused right now. But the guy trying to figure out what's going on has almost $1.5 million in tournament earnings, so I'll put my faith in him to figure this out. He says no.
Goes ahead and releases his hand, and looks like Keith is going to win this pot.
And Keith takes it down.
All right, so 41 minutes left in this level.
Jumps back into second place on the ladder.
Dave has a supporter out in the field cheering for him, even though he wasn't in that last hand.
I think I got really lucky.
Outside? You no longer have a supporter, sir.
Each of these players guaranteed just over $20,000 for their performance in this main event. Near record field for the main event. I think we're about 20 players short.
Bill releases his hand in the
We had a 50% increase over our last main event here, so very positive situation to be sure. Our marketing director, Corey, in here giving a brief tour, and I was very happy with it.
Small blind.
And we'll be battling between the blinds again here. And this time it's going to be Koo's turn to limp. We'll see if Dave
In the big blind.
checks or does what Koo did and option raises.
Dave checks his option.
Dave is much nicer than Koo. That's what we have learned here in the last 5 minutes.
Flop is queen of diamonds, 10 of hearts, 7 of spades.
Rainbow Queen 10-7, right in order. Which the OCD people in our audience appreciate. Of course, any real OCD person will tell you it is not OCD, it is CDO, because that's the correct order.
Koo bets 55,000. And Dave releases
Koo
his
with
hand.
barely a min bet is going to take it down.
Hit the button.
Oh, you're wearing sunglasses?
No, I know. I did.
Oh, I see what you're saying. You just took them off.
You notice how bright it is when you took those off? I feel like I'm gonna get questioned.
A lot better than no
You've
light.
never been out.
Where were you
and
last
you're
night at
just
3 o'clock in the morning?
St. Louis, they have a really big poker room. Lots of action. Great property to come and visit and play. We will be back here sometime in late July for our second series of the Heartland Poker Tour. We're going to start off with Bill. Bill's going to hold his hand.
You heard
Fourth seed.
John, our tournament announcer, say that our return trip to St. Louis is going to be after the World Series.
6 seeds released. Now
We're looking
back
at
to the button.
late July, early August to return here to Hollywood Casino St. Louis and get next set some more records. I want a 600 player main event field next time is what I want. Get us a little 200K first place prize going. I was hoping for that after we had our ridiculous opening weekend where we broke the state record by 20%, but
105,000. Action over to Dave.
had to just settle for 150K first place prize, I guess, for our main. So
Dave makes the call. He raises it to 300,000. Excuse me. Dave in the small blind raises to.
Koo opens, Dave 3-bets. All the hands around the button here.
The 9 seed.
And now Tim, all in or fold from the big blind. Those aren't his only options. That's in practicality, but or let me. There are not his only options in actuality, but pretty much are in practicality.
Tim announces.
And Tim says all in.
All in. Koo releases his
Koo
hand.
quickly folds,
Over to Dave.
and I can't imagine Dave's going to fold once he hears that it's only about 300,000 more to make a call when he's put 300,000 in the middle already.
610,000 is the all in. Dave makes
And
the
there it
call.
is.
Heads up, all in action.
And our chip leader coming to this final table is in peril
It was called by Dave in the 8 seat.
of going out in 7th place.
Diamonds. Pocket fours is at
Our
good.
sizable chip leader.
Let's go ahead and see a flop.
Tim is a favorite right now with the pocket four. Oh, excuse me, he's not a favorite right now. And he's even less of a favorite now with a straight flush draw.
Diamonds.
Well, that's about 18 million outs.
Tim is still in the lead with
Dave has
pocket
no
fours.
pair, but he's 70% to win.
Slipping like Rocky Balboa now.
Straight draws.
Imagine that.
Let's
You don't see
see
that
the
every
flop,
day.
please.
Turn card,
Turn card is
kabong.
There's a
complete
straight.
Let's go
8 of
to
hearts, it's over. Tim Burden, gone.
clubs on the river. That'll do it.
Came to this final table with nearly 30% of the chips.
He's looking for a 7th place finisher.
Exits in 7th place.
Good play.
You can sum it up pretty easily. A lot of hands where he made nothing. A lot of hands where he made nothing and tried to bet as if he had something
Dead small, this hand.
and got called down. He wasn't just our chip leader coming into the final table. He was our chip leader coming into this session that we've played not even an hour and a half of. His 3.8 million had dwindled to just under 3 million, and now it's all gone. And he's gone in 7th place.
Right?
Stunning. Absolutely stunning. You could have won a very large sum of money off of me if you had told me that we were going to get down to six-handed today and Tim Burton was not going to be a part of the proceedings. But here we are. And it would have continued. By the way, he had a great start. First half hour, 40 minutes, he had it up over $4.5 million.
155.
Couldn't hold on to it.
55,000.
Unreal.
Was raised by Steve. And he's going to re-race a 300.
Combination of bad luck and a little bit of bad play, I think. I mean, you got to, when you keep getting your bluffs called and you keep having to show them down, you got to stop doing it eventually. And ended up going all in with a couple marginal hands, pocket sixes, pocket fours. Doubled up one guy and then busted out to another. But we loved having Tim here. Quite the character, quite an enjoyable guy to be around and play with, and have as part of your tournament. It's an unfortunate run here at the final table for him. And
Steve's going to make the call. 355,000. And it's all going to be heads up. Let's see the flop.
hope to see him back here in the very near future.
Flop is 4 clubs, 7 of diamonds, 8 of spades.
I'm sure when he makes the final table again, we'll see better fortunes for him.
Steve checks over to Andy.
As he said, this is a guy who was no stranger to success. Won an MSPT back in August, main event. Got him almost get over 68,000 for it. But not able to parlay what was a massive chip lead into the success that he was hoping for here today.
0.7 maybe.
Steve is first act.
On the turn now with Andy and Steve. The fact that Steve is in this hand should have Andy scared to death. Probably why he checked behind on the flop.
Steve checks over to Andy.
Andy trepidatiously makes a big, pretty big bet, 450,000, half, 475. Thinking Steve might have an ace-king here that he's going to have to let go. That's what I'm thinking. Oh, I might be completely wrong. Peels a chip off of a barrel and pulls out the rest. That's 1925K chips for 475,000, and that is a call from Steve. I would not put another chip in this pot if I was Andy unless I had the queen 9. Or a 9 right now.
Steve's first going to check the rear end.
And he does not.
Andy shows ace of spades, jack of spades for a pair of jacks.
Ace jack for Andy.
Stick down the pot.
Thank you.
And that's going to take it down. Might have been ace jack to ace king right there.
Yeah. Like lots of things get there.
About 31 minutes left.
And you see how the field has condensed
I don't know. I really
with
don't.
the big stack being eliminated.
Fifth place is almost
Recall we started the day, we had Tim Burton with 152 big blinds,
31 minutes.
nearly double of anyone else in the field. There was a time where he was over 4 million and no one else had even reached 2 million. And now everyone's within 20 big blinds of each other, six-handed. And Tim, our chip leader, is gone. It's a crazy game, these pokers.
110,110.
You cannot figure it out sometimes.
Careful with your cards.
110,000 is the current bet action.
Yeah.
Forward round to
I did a little bit.
Steve in the 4 seat.
Ku Vang made the very precarious decision to raise Steve's blind. Not that Steve will defend it often, but that if he does,
I don't like it all here.
run screaming.
Raise.
And if he does that,
He announces raise.
you might need to change your
Total bet,
underwear.
325,325 is the new bet action. Back to
3 and a Q on the 3 bet. Bye-bye. See, that's the difference between the reputation and the table presence that Steve has established
I said you could have done that a good too.
and the presence that Tim has established. Now, unfortunately for Tim, like I said, if those bluffs get through, it might be an entirely different story, but they didn't, and he kept having to show them down. Whereas Steve has not been bluffing. He's been having the nuts, having big hands, and he has, when he showed them down, it's like, oh, okay, don't mess with him. Now, of course, that sword can cut both ways if you're bluffing and getting called and having to show. You're like, oh, is this the time he has it? So you put that seed of doubt in other players' minds. So it's not that it's necessarily an ineffective strategy all the time. It's just that if you're looking results-oriented, obviously, did not work very well today for Tim Burden.
Steve's going to make the call. 125 and a call. Andy folds. And we're going to be heads up. In the pot. Let's hit the pot.
Bill and Steve in this hand. Steve called Bill's raise. Bill should be terrified.
Just over Bill.
Yeah, there is.
Bill says 150, 100, 50,000.
Oh, let it go. Okay. So it must have been like king, queen offsuit, maybe king 10 offsuit, something like that.
Nice hand, Bill.
And Steve's chip lead in peril.
I gotta get this
Less
right.
than 100K ahead of Dave.
Can't really say nice hand. I don't know what you had. You could have 7-3 on that one. I don't think you had 7-3, but you can never tell.
Well, my chicken salad sandwich has fallen into my bin here. I'm trying to scoop it out with my veggie straw.
The big line action. Pull it around to Steve. He's going to raise to 125,125. And he's going to make the call over to Keith in the big
Veggie
blind.
straws are
125 is
very
the
crunchy. Try and mute my microphone so you don't have to hear me crunching away here.
125 and a call. Going to be 3 players.
Doing a good job of keeping us fed here during the break, and I have my
Flop is 7 of diamonds.
leftover veggie tray from earlier, from yesterday.
And he's going to be first.
Andy, Keith, and Steve, blinds and buttons in this hand.
And he's going to bet 250,250 over to Keith.
They were in for a 125 apiece pre-flop, and Andy has led for a $250,000. Pretty big bet on a 7-6-4.
Keith is going to make the call. Over to Steve in the
Pretty big call on a 7-6-4. Pretty big call on a 7-6-4, and suddenly this is a 1.2 million chip pot.
Third card is the Jack of Spades.
Jack of Spades
Over Keith.
slows Andy down. Does not slow Keith down.
Keith is going to bet.
Stack.
500,000 is bet by Keith.
500.
Over to Steve.
500K. Steve says, ugh. Andy says, blech. Although Andy it go just yet. Did you really come with the jack?
Should have played that different.
I should have played that differently, he says, as he lets it go. And Keith gets himself a nice little pot there, and I believe Keith might have just taken the chip. Oh, there he did. 2.8 million.
You did not have better than your 2 pair. Oh, yeah, 2 pair. Well, yeah.
I don't want diamonds getting there for cheap.
Well, no.
He's the one I thought had diamonds.
I figure with
Didn't
you in
have
the
any
big line, you have anything. I mean, you have such a wide range that you could have.
The diabetic pickle is cheering
That's why I
away.
should have played it differently because I had you
could've
crush
lost.
pre-flop.
Well, okay, I thought you were saying post flop.
No, I had you
I'm saying if
crush
you just get
pre-flop.
crazy on the flop, I'm just gonna jam on you.
No,
I have no there. I'll go with it.
no. I had you decimated pre-flop.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Should I?
Should mention that each of these players are now guaranteed $24,872. They're all looking for much bigger than that right now.
375 back here.
I'll admit I gambled pre-flop. He was a little suited, one gapper.
148 and change up top today.
Yeah, I'm out of there.
Who's going to call the gun raise?
115 is right.
Dave?
Make the call, 115. And the call going to be heads up.
Yep, you're right. Hindsight is 2020.
Queen of spades, jack of spades, 5 of spades.
All spades, 2 Broadway cards. Does that start any fireworks? Coup with a check and a snap bet from Dave. Coup with a smirk. Coup with a disappointed fold. And Dave takes it down.
About 23 minutes left at this level.
Worried about the spades.
25,000,
Maybe not.
50,000 with a 50,000 big blind, Andy.
So you're not calling a raise? I'm calling it. You're just going with it? I haven't said. Oh, yes, yeah. Oh.
See average chips right there, about 2.2 million. So those guys in the middle are right on it.
I saw you turn that
But I
set.
did not like the spades.
I saw how you can turn a set of tens on the against the ace king. That was, remember that, Ed?
Pretty reasonable
Pocket tens against the ace king.
distribution there of the chips.
That was gross. When you hit, when you
Couple
turn
people slightly high, couple people slightly low, couple
Oh,
people
yeah.
in the middle.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm
We're
trying.
down to a 6-max situation here.
50,000 is the big blind over to Keith. He's going to raise to 100,000. Over to Queen in the small blind.
Ace king versus tens. You won the flip and then you turn a set of tens.
Oh, that, yeah.
Now back to today.
I got you. Hey, nice job with nice job
Yeah, you
cutting
get
the
it?
sound.
Yeah, cut it out for us. Who's going to make the call?
I've been asking for that all tournament.
Well, during the tournament, you know, if nothing else is recording, it would last 10
Yeah.
seconds, but here it's gonna, you know, the audio picks it up.
Oh,
Just
well,
talking
when
about
they
how
go
they're
30
making
games,
the
they gotta call,
announcements for
that's
the casino
very
promotions, and
infuriating.
they've
Yeah.
taken the speaker out of this section of the casino, which is very nice. We appreciate because it was very loud earlier. So good on you, Hollywood Casino. As I said, you know, when you got a problem, you go to them, say, "Hey, we need help with this." They have been on the ball.
I had ace queen in hand. I fucked up. I misplayed it pre-flop.
Missouri people are so nice.
Crushes everything.
It's almost like you're in Canada.
He only said he had 2 pairs, so I mean, whether he did or not, he was coming out of the big blind. It was basically a min race for him. So, yeah, of course, absolutely anything hits there, you know.
Dave with the lead here.
Jack 6, Jack 7, Jack 10, anything. Roughly. So I just misplayed it pre-flop.
Who's going to fold? And
Who lets it go? Dave takes it down, and Koo's gotten a little more active than his stack would appreciate. And Dave now moves into the chip lead for the first time today. Dave Simon, 70-year-old retiree. I was looking at the wrong thing. I moved, because we've had the eliminations, I moved the my bio sheets around here.
That's awesome. Come on, Bill.
First Descent is the name of the organization.
What is that?
It's for young adults with cancer. They kind of help them cope and go out on.
I had moved my bio sheets around, and so I was looking to grab where I thought Dave's bio sheet was, but I moved it. And so I peeled up what I thought was Dave's sheet, and I said, in the audience today are Bob and Susan, his mom and dad. And I'm like, holy cow, Dave's mom and dad are still alive, and they're in the audience. Dave is 70 years old, so that would be quite the story. But no, that was Keith's mom and dad are in the field, along with the wife today. So I wonder who's taking care of the 5 boys right now. Maybe they are all in school.
Oh, Jesus. So much stealing going on over here.
And he's going to fold actions back to Kuhn at 7C.
Koo with the button limp. And Bill
Thieving over there.
said, I'm going to raise my big blind here.
So he robs.
Andy was upset that he limped.
I mean, come on.
Well, yeah,
May have wanted to play that one differently, too.
I'm trying to help you out, Bill. I'm trying to help you out.
Charities pay my house off.
Charities pay my house off.
And he says his charity that he's playing for today is the charity to pay his house off. It's actually listed on his sheet right here. It says, what are you going to do with the money? It says, pay off the house. And he came to this final table second in chips.
Dave folds actions over to Bill in the small blind.
He doesn't play a whole lot of live major tournaments. Plays a little cash, plays a lot of home games. But isn't in this environment a whole lot. 3 limpers now, all of a sudden. Where's all this limping coming from?
Flop of 6 of diamonds, deuce of clubs, 6 of hearts.
6 deuce 6 board.
Steve checks over to Andy. And he's going to bet 250,000, 250. Over to Keith. Keith is going to make the call, 250 and a call. Actions back to Bill. Bill folds, back to Steve. Steve folds as well. We're going to be heads up now to the turn.
Andy bet the pot on the flop, and Keith called. He's got to be wondering what he has to do to get some people out of hands that he bets. It's been happening a lot today. People call him regardless. And now if it's 2/3 deposit, he did 2 pretty big bets here. As far as pot size wise, Andy's tossed out.
You got a little over $1.5 million behind.
So you got about $1.3 million behind. All in and call. Boom.
Oh, God, that's sick. God.
For 6 is full of 7s.
Wow.
All right, tail to tape here, Andy.
Andy limped
What I get for
under
limping.
the gun pre-flop with pocket aces and just said, that's what I get for limping. Keith flops a set, turns a full house, and now Andy
It's over.
3 6s turns.
needs an ace.
Somebody else had to fold an ace.
Yeah.
All right.
He's got me covered.
Andy's going to need to see an ace on the river, or he's going to leave us in 6th place. Let's see the river card.
Give me an ace one time.
The river card is the 5 of spades. That's
5 of spades on the end. Andy's one time does not come through for him. He already had his mics off, and boy, that's one that's going to be tough to deal with in the car ride home. When you limp with aces, Someone else lifts behind you with 7-6 and flops trips and turns a boat and leaves you with 5% on the end. Oh, feel for Andy Eckel.
1.820.
He will leave us in 6th place, $24,872. More than he's ever made in his tournament career, as limited as it is, but still, that's going to be a tough pill. And it probably feels like it's one that may not be administered orally. So you want to play in poker tournaments, huh?
Annie is the value of the small blind.
Okay. All right. So we're like that, right?
25, 50, 25.
All right.
Goodness.
Andy delivers in 6th place. Good for almost 25,000. 5th place is going to pay almost 32,000.
All right, so we're down to 5.
Before that river. Hell no.
Just over 140,000. 50,000 is our big blind.
It's never
And our small blind amount now becomes the big blind, or the big blind ante. So the big blind will ante 25,000.
115,000 is the current bet by Dave.
As opposed to the big blind amount now.
All right. In the big blind.
Super Dave. You got it, buddy.
Hey. Deuce straight face up.
Tight pull, sir.
Going to take down the pot.
Dave takes it down. As you can see, Keith, our first man. Oh no, I didn't see the ladder. He might have had 5 million before that, big blind. So he may have been the first man to get to 5 million. I'm going to say he was.
All right.
First man to get to 5 million
So
chips in the day. 13.3 million chips in play.
I can't.
Well, you don't.
It's not going to make a difference. Okay.
No, yeah, you got to keep.
Either got to be
cards
here
in
or
front
there.
of the
So.
eyes.
Oh, here. Did you already get me?
Nope.
Okay. We're good.
And we'll get back to 5-handed action.
About 13 minutes left of this level. 50,000 is our big blind.
Hollywood Casino St. Louis. Almost done with this session.
25,000.
About a quarter hour to go. Seen 4 players go down.
Around the coup in the big blind. 125,000 is the current bet.
And Bill's open this pot. Koo's going to make the call for
Up to the flop. Let's see the flop.
125, the old $1.25. Ace 10 9.
Pretty nice.
And we're fixing that graphic there. There you go, boys. Good job. Nice catch. Both players check. The ace 10 9 flop. Another big card on the board now. What do these guys have here? 2 flush draws, Broadway cards, lots of fun stuff out there.
Bill's going to bet 100,000. Actually, it's back to Koo.
Bill with a warning shot, and Koo says message received.
Bill.
Koo's short stack getting a little shorter here.
I just like saying it now.
Down under 25 big blinds. The hands of Miss Roslyn, our dealer, doing her thing. Roz and I are working together for years now. We'll switch around various stops. Sometimes I'm dealing, she's flooring. Sometimes she's dealing, I'm flooring. Sometimes we both do a little bit of everything.
Just hold around the Koo with a small blind.
Folded to the blinds here, a little limpage.
Dave's going to raise. Total bet. 200,000 is the total bet by Dave. 200,000. Actions back to Koo.
All
Koo
in.
says all in. Actions back to Dave.
Whoa.
Dave folds, and Koo's going to take down the pot.
Good answer.
I'm waiting for you to do that, man.
Koo showing his experience right there. The limp shove pre-flop. Very shrewd. Got himself a, whether you had it or not, it's a good move when you win the pot. Could have had anything there, and certainly pulled that out at the right time, reputation being such that he hasn't been doing that often. But again, we're on like what here, hand 70-something, guys? Something like that? Hand 70-something, so you pull that out once every 70 hands. That's probably a good time to do it, even if you don't have the cards. Rare enough to where you will get respect for having a big hand. Steve raised. They all run screaming. Steve no longer our chip leader, but still in very good shape.
Left of the solve, 50,000 is our big blind over two.
Is there a break after this? Is there a break after this level?
Was that 2 levels? Yes. 2-minute break now. Who's going to raise the 110,000 one time? Players will have their next break at the end of this level. 15-minute break at the end of this level. 110,000 is the current bet.
Koo with the open here. And raise and take.
Who's going to take down the pot?
So it's 50 and 25. Oh, sorry. I forgot about that when you guys changed that up.
Yeah, that's nice. That's
Yeah.
nice to so that the BB doesn't just get hammered all the time.
Yeah.
Because when it gets heads up, it'll be like a small and then big.
Yeah. Exactly.
We have now hit the $30,000 mark for this tournament. All these players guaranteed $31,978 for their efforts in this event. But first place is about 5 times more than that, and that's what they all really want.
He's going to raise total bet 150,150. And Steve's going to make the call.
Keith with the option raise here in the bow of the blinds, and Steve wants to see some more cards. Jack 7-6. 7-6 was good to Keith a minute ago.
Steve checks over to Keith. Keith is going to bet 150,150. Back to Steve.
Keith reprises his bet of 150. Looks like Steve is going to reprise his call. Or Steve is going to make the check raise, be very afraid. 375,000, and Keith takes his head off his fist. Limp, call, check raise. Strong stuff from Steve Green right here. Keith says, no thank you.
Not a 6-7, just a 6.
6-7, you're calling.
Oh, I can't fold it again. Yeah, I just said a 6. I had a 6.
Makes sense.
So, good hand.
What's going on, John? Oh, Andy's here. All right.
I hit that. And you didn't.
I don't mind at all. Andy can come on in and sit down.
You got ace 10, I win.
Get you a headset real quick here, Andy. I think you're on number 1. Andy Eckler here, our 6th place finisher, joining me in the booth. How you doing, sir?
Well, would have been a whole lot better. But
I understand. It's going to be. You said it yourself as you walked away there. That's what you get for limping with aces. Is that gonna be a tough one to kind of swallow on the ride home?
yeah, it's going to be a tough one to swallow for quite some time. I mean, I just lost a pretty decent hand right before then. I misplayed ace queen earlier to the same guy, to Keith. And
that's the one you said I should have played that differently. I think you said we didn't see the cards.
I had ace queen, and Keith made a hero fold last night against me.
Okay.
When I did the same thing with ace queen, I limped, flop came out, ace king queen. I flopped, top and bottom.
Top and bottom, yeah.
And somehow he got away from a high ace.
Okay.
And that's just kind of what was flashing in my head when I had the ace queen, and so I folded it because I figured he was good. There was way too much stuff that could get there from a big blind limp. And I look down in the small blind, and I see from under the gun one, and see aces. So I'm like, you know what? Let's limp. Everybody's raising these flops, so I figured somebody was going to raise, and I was just going to come back over the top of them, hoping that somebody would shove. But it didn't happen that way, and the flop came out with the 2 6s, and I figured, hey, it's rare that anybody ever flops three, three of a kind. And then when the 7 came out, and I bet, and he just jammed, I should have known. I knew it flashed in my head that hey, he fold this, he's got a full house. At minimum, I put him on 7s, but it is what it is. He played it well, and he got all my chips for it. I would have loved to have seen an ace on the river. That would have been fun. Stayed in a little bit longer, but it is what it is. And
sometimes you get exactly what you want, right? And then
in
your face.
It's been a I got 7th place in event number 1. That was a long couple days.
You've had an excellent series.
Yeah, I had a pretty decent series. This is the first time I've ever really played with intentions of hey, I've got to go far. This is really where I want to see where I'm at. I don't think I played poorly. I just made a couple bad decisions at the final table, and that's why I'm out in 6th instead of sitting in chip lead.
So what did I see that you were gonna? Oh, you were Operation Pay Off the House. How far is this going to go to the house? Not all the way, I imagine, but a nice chunk of it, right?
This will probably go to fix the roof.
Okay.
Get a new hot water heater, and just do some kind of improvements. Not necessarily completely pay it off, though. I don't think I'm going to be able to pay it off. So, I'm not going to quit my job or anything and try to do this full time right now. So at least it gives me a lot of breathing room. You know what I mean? It gives me the ability to do some things. So.
Well, you're doing actual real work as a paramedic. You're doing more important stuff than, as I said earlier in the broadcast, than just goofing off and playing card tournaments all the time. You're out there saving lives and all that sort of thing. So.
Yeah, but I really enjoy playing cards, but I never realized until this whole week came by how mentally draining it really is.
No, really, yeah. I mean, sitting here, it's not like watching an hour at home. And people, I think a lot of people don't realize that, especially get stuff edited down for TV and whatever. When you're sitting here 10, 12-hour days. Grinding away and trying to stay focused, hand after hand after hand. And as you can see, sometimes I'm going to make this play here, and it's going to work, and I'm going to be in a good spot, and I get what I want, and oh shoot, you got a full house in the turn, and it can come up and bite you. But yeah, it's but the flip side of that is we see on TV a lot of time all these top pros who are saying, oh, we're going to go, or you see some of these guys say, oh, we're just going to use this money to buy the next term, whatever. And you go on these tours and you see a bunch of people like yourself who are winning, sizable amounts of cash, and then putting that to normal, regular, everyday uses, fixing a roof, making sure a car is functioning, or what have you. That's one of the great things that we love doing about the HPT, giving some of the more, I would say, some of the more not
another good hand, bad flop.
Big name, high influence type players, giving them some borderline life-changing amounts of money, and that's really cool to see when we see people happy winning the kind of money that you'll see someone at the WSOP late stages of the main event be like, oh, I can't believe I busted here and I only won this much.
Yeah, and that's the good part about it is you guys are going to be coming back here and I'll be playing again, and hopefully I can make a little bit of a better run.
Well, sixth place in the main event is then once you said 7th in event 1, right? That's. Those are 2 pretty solid finishes, and what is our 2 biggest events that we run every series. So, certainly should be proud of where you ended up, even though, as you said, you'd like to have stuck around a little bit longer for sure.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay, I just making sure.
So,
Of the remaining players that we've got here at this final table, who has impressed you so far? Who are you? I won't say scared of, but who do you think is going to in a position to do really well here today? Whose play have you liked to this point?
Koo is a very solid player. He makes, you know, he called that all in. You know, he shoved all in with King 9 suited way earlier in the tournament, and just absolutely crushed the flop.
Yeah,
turn
when he hit the
yeah,
quads early on.
He
Yeah,
hits quads early on. You know, that's pretty bad. You know, that definitely threw me off my game a little bit there. But everybody's a solid player. You know, I can't say that there was anybody that I was really scared of, because I believe in my skill level and I believe in my skill set. But sometimes cards come, sometimes they don't.
Yep.
You know, I think it'll be a good tight run. It's probably going to be a little bit before 5th place comes out. But I am expecting to see probably Keith, Dave, and Bill be the top 3.
Top 3, okay.
Yep. Or yeah, Keith, Dave, and Bill be the top 3. Yep.
Is there a sense that that we've kind of gotten Steve? Anytime that he's in a pot, you know he's got something.
Steve's.
It seems like
that's
people have. I mean, he showed those 2 big hands early on, the aces and the queens, and ever since then, it's like every time he's been in something, he's always had it. And everyone's like, okay, he's got it. As opposed to, like, say, Tim on the other hand, who ended up having to show us a couple of bluffs here and get called down by other people during the course of the the
that's
final table.
you know, I think Tim got tilted a little bit just because of the hero call that Keith made on him, the hero call that I made on him, the hero call that Koo made on him, and it kind of put him, you know, it kind of tilted him back. I was real surprised to see Dave wake up with 9-7 and call his all in on that.
Right.
But you know, it is what it is, and you know, I think everybody played pretty well today so far.
All right, Andy. Well, appreciate you stopping by here today. Thanks for coming out. And,
no problem.
Great run here today. And we'll be right back, folks, with more final table action from Hollywood Casino St. Louis and the Heartland Poker Tour.
All right, guys, welcome back from break.
Welcome back here to the Heartland Poker Tour Tournament Series from Hollywood Casino in St. Louis, our main event final table. Going on right now, we are down to the final 5 players. Bill Burns, Steve Green, Keith Heine, Ku Vang, and Dave Simon. Nice, easy names for your announcer. I wholly appreciated that. You see the numbers there on your screen. 2.35 million for Bill Burns, Steve Green with 2.735, Keith Heine 3,800,000, Ku Vang 1.335, Dave Simon 3.085 million, and we are off with session number 3 of our final table. Ku, the only one, kind of heading towards the danger zone as you saw 22 big blinds left, but that will not deter him in the least from opening this first hand of 300, or excuse me, of 30 and 60 blinds. Yeah, 300, 600, we'll get this thing over in a jiffy. Ku makes it 135K to go. And Keith is going to make the call from the big blind, and side by side, 11 kids between them, heads up to the flop we go, the old 9-8 deuce. We'll see a free turn card, and it's a very juicy one. Straight hits, and now 2 flush draws.
100,000.
A cool C note from Keith, and Ku will
Makes the call for 100,000.
oblige.
Let's go to the river. River is the ace of clubs.
Last card, very interesting.
Over to Ku.
Fortunes could have easily changed there in this hand, but both players check.
And Keith chose 10-9.
Keith, though, has turned top 2 pair and will take down this pot and go over 4 million in chips for the first time today. Or no, that's not right. He had over 5 million a minute ago. That's when he eliminated Andy. So he's back over 4 million. Heading for 148,000 plus for one of these 5 men, as well as their first major tour. No, that's not correct. Their first HPT title, I should say. There have been major tour titles in the group here today. Well, now let's hang on here. Let me check and see who's still around. Bill Byrne, okay, he does have 2 circuit rings to his credit. Steve Green's making his first final table. Keith has an MSPT title. Ku has a circuit ring and an MSPT title. And this is the first major final table for Dave. So everyone's going for their first HPT title. But there have been some big wins among the group outside of the Heartland Poker Tour. Ku now in the big blind, contemplating the raise and call in front of him.
Weighs his options, makes the call. We're going to have 3 players to the flop.
And Ku will join the party. And we will be 3-handed.
Flop is 5 of hearts, 9 of hearts, king of clubs.
King 9-5 is the board.
He checks. Over to Bill.
150.
Bill announces 150,000. Steven Button is next round.
I may have erred here.
Steve releases his hand.
The veggie tray may not be the best option for me to snack on here during the play. I've got carrots, celery, and broccoli, as well as tomatoes in here, and they are all very crunchy. Gonna sound like a Bugs Bunny cartoon in here. Bill has continued for 150K. And Ku has made an appraisal of his remaining stack and how that will affect his decision here. you would think that this would be the last bet that he could call without putting all of his chips in the middle, if he were to do so, and he has. As you can see, he is now down to about $750,000 left, and that is about the size of the pot.
Who's first at?
Could be a dangerous card for both players. Coup is checked.
Over to Bill. Bill bets 300,000.
Bill with a pretty small bet. I don't know if he's not able to see what Coup has left, but why would you bet 300K there into a pot that matches your opponent's stack when said opponent's stack is not even triple of that bet? And Coup's going to take the chance here with the call. Somebody's milking somebody here. Useless 8 on the end, and Coup doesn't have some. I don't really get what's happening here. That's the look of a beaten man right there. He's got 480,000 left. The pot odds are pretty incredible. Pot odds are about 3 to 1 here. I realize the pot says 3.1 million, but that includes the all-in of Bill, which they put as all of his chips in the program, so it's 1.8 million. The pot is really about, what, 1.8? So more like 4 to 1 pot odds on a call here. But Bill has kept firing at this thing, and Coup has kept calling. And will this be Coup Vang's last stand? Has he put too much in? I think Bill can be pretty confident right now that Coup doesn't have a flush. But is Coup confident that Bill doesn't have a flush? He's made some good calls today. And we presume some good laydowns too, although we can't see the whole cards because Missouri won't allow us to do that, but we don't care about that at this moment. We care about a potential 5th place finisher, which could be happening if Coup makes the call here and he is wrong.
There's been a clock call on Coup. Since we have an all-in bet, it's not an easy decision for him to make. This starts tournament life.
We have had a clock call, which is very unusual. Coup does let it go before the timer expires. Bill takes down the pot.
That's him, Bill. Thank you.
I can't remember the last time we had a clock call at a final table in the HPT, but Coup lets it go, and he is now down to 8 big blinds in a 5-handed situation.
Not easy decision when your tournament life is at risk. We're going to start off action with Bill. Bill's going to go ahead and fold.
I did not hear who called the clock. I hope that it was Bill. I don't think it was Keith because he was in the shot and I did not see him say anything.
Keith folds his. Back over to Coup.
All in.
Coup announces all in to raise.
Koo does move all in from the small blind. And it'll cost about less than, well, it cost less than 20% of Dave to call.
Bet is 485,000.
Dave counting out what he would have left if he made this call.
After some consideration, Bill makes the
And he does.
makes the call on the 8 seed, who shows ace of diamonds, 2 of clubs,
Koo had an ace and put it all in.
6 of clubs, 3 of clubs.
Dave had the suited Baccarat.
He's in the lead, but
Natural
his
9.
life is at risk.
Player wins.
Let's see the flop, please.
Ace deuce against 6-3. Dave taking a chance to knock somebody out. That's not a good flop for Dave.
Diamonds, who is still in the lead with an ace high.
He needs a 6 or a 3 that doesn't get counterfeited here to win this hand.
Turn shows
Oh, Jesus. And there it is.
pair with kings and sixes.
Koo's going to need an ace or a 10 here.
Or else his tournament life is going to be over. Let's see the river, please.
Dave certainly had the chips to make this call, and there is the 4 of spades on the end, which will send Kuvang, the tournament grinder extraordinaire, home in 5th place. I want to see what he had in that hand with Bill Burns a few moments ago. I want to see that hand because I am not sure
I mean, that was terrible.
He shrunk him.
how he was able to lay that down. And what do you got? Maybe the ace of hearts there and nothing else?
Did not see that one coming.
That is tough going right there. But Koo finishes in 5th place and takes home $31,978.
You know what? If I'm live, I'll take it. You're not that far ahead. Right.
He could have set a new record today, personal best, if he had finished in the top 2. In fact, whoever wins this tournament today will set a new personal best, 148,000. That's sometimes the case, but not always the case. We've had players of all bankroll shapes and sizes win our events in the past. But now we're down to 4th place, and 42,314 is the number for our next finisher.
Would you have the 3-6 again? Yeah, a little better?
A little better.
I had one over.
Keith Heine, our chip leader. Dave Simon right behind on his heels. Bill Burns, very solid at 3.1 million, and Steve Green, do not sleep on him
What's that?
because he has it every time. Those players are always dangerous when they always have it. Can speak from experience. It's very, very annoying.
How much? Dave's going to raise to 135, 135,000. So he's going to make the call, 135 and a call.
Bill is calling Dave's button open here, defending his small blind. Hello, Broadway cards. Hello, artwork. Hello, pictures. Tree Fitty. Loch Ness Monster takes it down on the flop.
Said he wants a break.
I want my chip lead back.
He says he wants his chip lead back. 70-year-old Dave Simon, your chip leader. You'll often see him at our various tournaments wearing some sort of Green Bay Packers paraphernalia, a native of Green Bay, Wisconsin, although he does now live here in the St. Louis area.
Over the bill in the 3-6, 60,000 is our big blind.
I believe Manchester is the suburb that he calls home. Well, now Steve Green is in a position where he doesn't always have to have it. He's had it every time. Came to our final table, the second short stack today. Believe in Blackhawk when we got down to heads up and was Sean Roberts and Nick Papillo. I believe those were 1 and 2 coming to the final table in terms of chip stack.
Check.
Ended up going heads up here. 1 and 2 are gone. Tim Burden was out in 7th. Andy Echo went out in 6th. We've got Bill Byrne, who was 3rd, coming to the final table. Keith Heine, who was 5th. Dave Simon, who was 4th. And Steve Green, who was 8th. And Steve terrifies the masses once again. Don't F with Steve G. Not the Steve G, that's another player. But you shouldn't mess with him at the poker table either, for that matter. All these players now pretty comfortable. It should be for the next the last 43 minutes of this level. We'll head up to 40 and 80,000 blinds at that time. And we'll see where we're at then. Grand total right now of 222 big blinds on the table. Dave defends his big blind from Steve's open, and we'll see if we'll be able to decipher whether or not Steve has altered his game now that we're short-handed. That flop probably doesn't scare him. Still probably thinks he has the best hand and puts out awkwardly 275,000.
75,000 actually back today.
I don't think we've seen, I don't know how, I don't think our analytics go that deep, but I'm going to bet showdown percentage today has been very strong for Steve. And when you don't show down a lot of losers, that's going to earn you a lot of respect over the course of the hands that you play with other people in terms of, does he have it? Am I ahead? Am I behind? If you keep showing down winners all the time, it's going to plant plenty of seeds of doubt in your opponents, that's for sure.
Dave's going to raise to 160,000, 160, or 150. What is it? 155. 155. And Bill's going to make the call. 155 and a call. Going to be heads up. Let's see the flop.
Dave opened from the small blind. Made it $1.50 and a nickel. And he will fire again. Whoa. Loch Ness Monster, pot size bet.
750.
And raise, hello. We go back to Dave now, facing an additional 400,000. A lot of excitement for 10-8 deuce, Rainbow. So we had 444 entrants in this event. We have 4 players left. Moses Malone will be very happy. And foe. Dave says, no, thank you. I stepped in it.
Nice hand, Bill. Thank you.
And he takes down the hand.
Do you mean that? Kind of.
I had a pair. It's a good bet.
42,000 for fourth, 61,000 for third, 91,000 for second, and $148,000 for first place today. A couple extra bucks on top, a couple bucks taken out for taxes. You know how that goes.
Oh, you had 10 dues? Oh, you had 10 dues.
And an HPT champion to be crowned here today.
That's the flop I wanted. 150.
And it's going to be a huge payday for whoever gets it.
No, that's right.
All right, let's see the turn.
With a second place finish today, Bill can break the $500,000 mark in career earnings as he leads out here. Keith can get close if he wins, but not quite. He'll be just about 470 or so. And our other two players, Steve Green and Dave Simon, both are around $50,000 in career earnings. So if either one of them, if they both survive the next bust out, they will both more than double their career earnings here today in this event. We talked with Andy Eckel, our sixth place winner, just before the break about guys who do well on the HPT, who may not be your top flight, everybody knows you superstars with millions and millions of dollars in tournament earnings. And these people are able to walk away from an event like this with a six-figure score and can fix their roof, you know, trade in that hoopty car that they have, set up a college fund for the kids. Always wonderful to see that. And here we are on the verge once again with another fantastic first time payout to a very deserving champion. 200,000 bet and called on the flop, but both players checked the turn. And the river isn't that all appetizing either.
400,000.
Snap call from Steve of Bill's River Bet.
Nice and Bill.
Bill hit King Queen and was pretty timid with it, all things considered, I'd say.
On the river if I was in there.
Lucky I folded.
And for the first time, I think Steve lost the showdown. That might be seriously his first lost showdown of this final table.
No, they decided not to deal me cards since the break. It's okay. Like I said, I'm just learning, watching you guys. Is that what you're doing? Yeah.
Trying to get cleaned up around here a little bit. Making a mess of the place.
Mean super day.
Breakfast, lunch, snacks. You hear that, Jenny? You got that to look forward to.
That's 140, isn't it?
Fiance said she was going to be watching in between work shifts today. Long time apart here, as we have a long trip that we're involved in here on the HPT. Heading to Cincinnati as soon as we leave here in St. Louis. And headed to Pittsburgh and Columbus. I think we get a week off in between then, and then the group heads to East Chicago for our final event before the WSOP. 3 clubs and a paired board now. And Keith wants to put more chips in.
75,375. Over to Dave.
Almost half the pot.
Dave's gonna fold.
Dave says, no thank you.
That's it, Keith.
I'm done with this hand.
My turn for a hand.
And Keith regains the chip lead.
Well,
4 million fake dollars.
Club and a pair. Not a 9, obviously. Big club with a pair. I promise you. I think he got mad at me when I impersonated him. I like him for what he's fun to.
For those of you who are just tuning in and are wondering what that shirt is that Keith is wearing, one of his 5 sons has juvenile diabetes, and they did a charity event. I believe it was a marathon, walkathon kind of deal where it was one of the things where you get people to sponsor you, donations for every distance that you walk. I don't know if it was a mile or half mile. People do different charities do different things, but they did a walk with the Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation chapter here in St. Louis, and they asked his son, said, well, this walk's kind of in your honor. What do you want to name the team? And he said, the Diabetic Pickles. So that's a pickle on his shirt there with his pickle arms raised. And he said he'd wear the shirt today at the final table in his son's honor. One of 5 sons that Keith and his wife Kim have. He says the prize money, what he wins today, Keith, is going to go to his poker bankroll and whatever Kim wants.
You there?
Well, wife gives you 5 sons. I think she's entitled to that. I know many of the women out here listening to our Twitch stream today agree with that sentiment.
Oh.
Dave takes down that pot. All 3 players with pretty strong stacks here, so it could be a while before we see our next elimination, unless our dealer Wayne decides to cooler somebody. I say that facetiously, of course. Wayne has no control over the cards. Although it is always a dealer's fault. Those of you who are familiar with my 6 immutable truths of poker. That is truth number 1. It is always the dealer's fault. Dave gun raised to $1.50 is called by Bill, and Steve now fingering his blue chips, but does decide to let it go. And Mr. Pickle will take a peel and let his cards go. Ace Jack 7 Rainbow. I'd have a little bit of interestingness here to it, especially since these were the 2 non-blind hands. Both players check though.
Bill's gonna check the turn as well, or check the flop. Let's see the turn. Turn card is a deuce of diamonds. Dave's gonna be first.
Next card is frightfully boring.
Dave checks over to Bill. Bill's gonna bet 200,000 back to Dave.
200K this time. And it looks like Dave is check calling.
And Dave's gonna make the call.
And he is.
Let's see the river card.
Last card is another deuce. No straights, no flushes. Paired board. Who's got what? We want to know. Dave says it will cost you 4.5 to see. Can't imagine Bill folding, giving the previous action here in this hand. And he does call.
Dave shows. Queen Jack for pair of jacks, 2 pair of jacks.
Dave has a jack.
Ace 9 for
Bill has an ace. Certainly two reasonable hands given the way that played out, but Bill is going to take the pot.
Picked up the flush draw on the river. On the river? Yeah. Strong. I knew it was coming.
Bill back into the chip lead, 4.8 million. We had one player inch over 5 million for one hand, but other than that, nothing too extraordinary denomination-wise, although we did have a pretty extraordinary situation percentage-wise. Earlier on in our final table day, our chip leader Tim Burton came into the day with almost 20% of the, more almost 30%, excuse me, of the chips in play. Worked it up to about 35% of the chips in play at one point. And again, this was still 8 or 9 handed, but was not able to maintain that chip lead, and it's now all still on the table, but he is not. King, Queen, Jack has brought a bet and a call here. 5 of diamonds on the turn. I don't think Keith will be checking this one. And he does not. This time it's 375 on the bet. A little bit stronger in terms of pot percentage. But Dave's resolve is not hinder. Oh, he grabbed him, but now he's thinking about it. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Haven't seen Dave do that, I think, yet today, where he pulls out the chips and doesn't throw them in right away. Ooh, that could be nasty. 10 of spades on the end. And ace is the nuts. Keith checks. Is not happy, I don't think.
Dave checks as well.
Oh, both check. Okay.
Keith shows Jack of kings for a set of kings.
That'd have been a great spot
Jack 7 for a pair of jacks.
to throw out a bluff there if you were Dave and see if you could get Keith to fold that top set that he flopped. But
I'm still
Dave couldn't find it.
Yeah.
And
It's sick.
I know you are.
I'm just like, here. You lost the minimum.
Bill was able to, Keith, I should say, was able to hang on and win that one. Ugly, ugly river card.
Make the call, 60,000 for the day.
And now Keith with a button limp.
Dave's going to raise the 250,000, 250 over to Bill. Bill folds, next comes back to Keith. 250,000 is a current bet, and Keith is going to make the call. Going to be heads up to the bot. Let's see the bot.
So Keith's the limp call for $250,000 on the button. Interesting. 575. Where is that interstate? I think that's in Florida somewhere. I'm trying to remember where. Tampa area, maybe? I don't know.
Yeah. I think they can get a little bit different colors there. That's crazy. Thank you. Come on. Call. I call.
Dave said all in and a call.
Dave said all in. Keith snap calls.
Full house.
For the second time today,
Spades, 10 of diamonds for Jack high.
Keith
Keith left a full house here. Dave did go all
has
in.
gone with a very medium, marginally connected situation. Oh no, Keith had a pocket pair. Okay, I thought he had 7-5. I thought it said 7-5.
All right, Dave's got a
I
few
got them
outs
out.
here.
I got
He needs
them
to
out.
see running jacks, running tens, or
Or running 5s. No, that won't work. Running jacks or running 10s. But he's got 1%. It's a bad way.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll back up here in a second as we see the turn card. There's the queen. That's going to end it right there. So that's okay. So we got to get on Wayne, our dealer, for doing that backwards. You got to put the jack out on the turn to create the excitement. Then you can put the queen out on the end. But
Fine, fine.
what I was saying was, I thought Keith had 7-5 is what I had said there.
No,
because you'll recall he trapped, or actually he reversed Andy Eccles' trap on him. Andy had limped with pocket aces, and Keith had limped behind him with 7-6 suited and flopped 3 6s, and then turned to 7 for a full house. And so I thought we were there again with a 7-5 this time instead of a 7-6, but it was pocket 7s, in fact, for Keith this time.
See, guys, I can't have
And Dave had stepped into that a couple of times today where he had made a huge overbet in an attempt to get someone to fold, and it did not work, and this time it cost him his tournament life. Dave Simon eliminated in 4th place. He'll take home $42,314, and Keith Heine becomes the huge chip leader, as you see there on your screen, blasting over the 6 million chip mark when we didn't have anybody over 5 million except for one hand a little bit earlier on in the tournament. And that, as I said, lasted one hand. It was 5 million, you're in the big blind and you fold, and then you're down under 5 million. So it is now William, Stephen, and Keith. And congratulations, by the way, as we said to Dave Simon, previous best cash, 9,000 and change. And he takes over from home 42,000 today, almost doubling his previous career earnings totals of 51,000. But now we are into the high cotton, three-handed. Steve Green will more than double his career earnings today. He had 54 coming in, 54,626, and here making his first major final table, he's guaranteed at least 61,000. Bill Byrne finishes second, and he breaks the $500,000 mark. And Keith Heine, if he wins, will set a new personal best himself. He did win an MSPT event for just under 101,000, but this could be his biggest score as well. It will be the biggest score for someone who wins today, but lots of milestones now being set with these remaining 3 players. Four spades on this board. We were a little exciting pre-flop, but now things have settled down. 300,000 here on the end. And Keith
with a spade.
may have his opponents in a pickle here pretty soon if this keeps up.
It's not good.
6.6 million.
Yeah, I smashed it.
Still.
You were supposed to get stupid there, Bill.
Still trying to catch up here with Dave's sudden elimination. And we're coming back from that last break about 40 minutes ago. Dave had 60 big blinds, and they're all gone. Where I said that there was a lot of safety in what these players had in terms of chip stack.
6, 6, 7. That was the 6, 7. I forgot. You've had some big hands. I've had to lay down some big hands too, though, but you guys haven't seen.
30-60 with a 30. Keith is going to be first actor on the button.
All right. Everybody's got something in front of them, either some blinds or some buttons. And Keith with his 6.5 million chips, using the power of Dill,
160,000 is the raise by Keith. 160.
raises it up to 160.
He's going to make the call. 160, and the call is going to be heads up. Let's see the flop. The check of hearts, 9 of diamonds, 5 of clubs. Steve's first. Checks over to Keith. Keith checks as well. Both players check.
Jack 9-5 flop is checked by both players. The unexciting full rainbow deuce comes out, but Keith says, I'll take a stab. Steve runs away screaming. Not really. Actually, Steve's the one who creates people running away screaming. But he's not the kind to get in any trouble on that sort of mess. Although he is our relative short stack, 39 bigs.
is the raise by Bill.
Just gotta see where your number's at.
Where's your two's not in?
That was
Two,
more of the
check
hand.
crowd.
That was more of the hand. Yeah. I had the old 6 deuce. Bill, you're the big one.
Thank you, appreciate it.
So a pretty even gap now between all three players. About $2 million between third and second. About $2 million between second and first. So the gap is there, but as you know, they can fluctuate pretty strongly when play is this short-handed.
Bill's gonna make a call, 175 and a call. Gonna be heads up. Let's see the flop.
Steve getting a little bit more aggressive here, three-handed. You kind of have to. Even 4- and 5-handed, Steve wasn't that heavily involved in a lot of pots.
225,000 over to Steve. And Steve's gonna make the call. 225 and a call. Let's see the river. That was the 8 of hearts. Bill's gonna be first. 450 is the announced amount. Steve folds and Bill's gonna take down the pot.
I will say this for Steve, he's not delaying the action. Players watching at this gotta love him and want to play with him. No Hollywooding here from Steve.
You win.
Although they might not like how he always has it and takes your chips.
I'm not blind, okay. Am I blind?
You're small blind.
I'm sure if you would ask Steve when he came to the final table today as someone with just over 50,000 in career earnings, less than 10,000 for a career best, and making his first major final table. If you had told him you're not going to make a lot of mistakes, you're going to show down strong all day, you're going to chip up and ladder up to over $60,000 plus at a minimum, make a fine showing for yourself today, he'd have been more than happy to take it. But now the question is, can you win it?
All right, does anyone in the studio audience want to guess what hand number this is? What hand number is this one right here? Guesses? 1,000 is not correct.
312.
Way too much for 312.
Damn it. I don't know.
Lower. 85 higher. This is number 119.
What the
Hand number 119 for this final table.
And number 119 of the final table, as was just announced.
1,000 would have been close for the whole tournament.
Bill, can you announce that's your wife?
That is my wife.
You were right on for the whole
She had a
tournament.
couple glasses of wine earlier. She's feeling no pain. Hey, don't take her
It's
much.
her birthday.
She's having fun. It's her birthday.
I'll do whatever she wants.
That's right.
All right, Bill's wife Trish celebrating her birthday today. And the joke at the start of the day was, it would be, hey, that'd be a great birthday present. Second place finish.
Ow.
I'm not sure which one of our final table participants made that joke to Keith, but it'd be funny if they're still here.
Keith makes the call option to Bill. Bill's going to raise it to total bet 260. And Keith makes the call.
That's pretty quick on the snap call of the option there. Another 200K. Be throwing that around so casually.
First he checks over to Bill. Bill's going to bet 250,000, 250. Actions back to Keith. And Keith's going to make the call.
Check, bet, call, $250,000, just like that. Getting a little loose with these big chips here now, Mr. Keith.
There's a deuce of clubs. Keith is first.
Everyone's scared off the 3 deuce now, really?
Keith checks over to Bill.
500.
500,000 is the announced amount. 500,000 actions back to Keith.
500K here, just under half the pot. Good value.
Guess you gotta have a 4 or nothing.
Got to have a 4 or nothing, he says, as he makes the call.
Pocket kings.
Or pocket
Keith
kings.
has 2 pairs, 6s, 8s, 5s.
I'm saying, as says, we've seen what Keith has shown down today, and we saw how he bet on that flop, and I'm thinking, that can be right in Keith's wheelhouse. We talked about the 7-6 earlier. We've talked about, those middle cards, middle pairs, middle connectors. Keith is not afraid to play those, and he hits that flop for 2 pair and crushes the overpair. Keith getting loose with those chips, but he's there. Keep wrangling back to him. He's got the sheepdog out there, herding them around, making sure they come back to the pen. And he now has more than half of the chips in play, and that is the first time we've been able to say that during the. Although I suppose when he had the 6.7 at the start of the last hand, that would have also applied. So, shame on me for not calling that out right away. Usually all over those statistical anomalies and situations. Three-quarters of the way through this level. Almost halfway through this, our third session of this final table.
Got a little more chips now.
You know, it's amazing to think that we're here, where we are right now, that Keith has more than half the chips in play, and at the moment does not have the same number of big blinds that Tim Burden did when we started the day today. He had 152. Busted in seventh. It's not an easy game, folks. Deuce, deuce, six. Bet and a call of 2 1/4. Second shell is good enough to send Bill away. Pickle power from Keith Heine. Now up to 8.1 million.
$250.
Raise to 250. Raise 250 full. Raise 250.
Pull it around. Bill's going to take down the 5.
I am sending a message to Dan Ross. We have Dan from Hold'em Updates and Chad Holloway from Poker News here covering our tournament here today. I'm letting them know about my pickle power line here. I think that would make a good blog title. Might be an awkward Google search though, so.
We got a deuce, Bill. Sometimes.
I'll be folding a deuce. What are you thinking?
Deuce was good, damn it. Deuce might have been good. Sometimes you got a hand though.
Of course, Keith has to be careful here. We had a three-handed situation in Blackhawk where player had well over half the chips in play. Was up over 10 million, I think, in fact, at one point. He wasn't around for heads up. So just because you are where you are and Keith is where he is right now doesn't mean he can get all willy-nilly here and blow his opportunity at his career best payday. We've got one of each third of the final table. You divide it up into starting chip stack at the beginning of the day, first through third, fourth through sixth, seventh through ninth. We've got one from each group here. We've got third, fifth, and eighth in this three-handed action. Bill will call the riverbed of Keith.
Oh.
What is Bill doing there? He's getting
No thanks. Nice, Sam.
he's getting conservative there with the turned trips.
I'm good, thanks.
And he's closed the gap between him and Keith. Still reasonably sizable at this point, though. Keith gets a little shot to the system. And Steve is remaining ever patient here. Not getting out of line. Tiny bet and call. Another 7 comes out. Steve fires 100K right back at Bill, and Bill says, "Got me." There you see the VPIP numbers. Non-blinds, non-antes, pre-flop. See the difference in how the players have played today. As we said, Steve has been by far the more conservative. Although it's closer than I imagined it would be. Probably a result of short-handed play when you have to be a little bit more active. That number for Steve was probably closer to 15% until we got down to maybe 5 or 6-handed. Steve did raise here. 10-6-4. Steve continuing. 250 is enough to get Keith to fold, and Steve getting back in the game a little bit, back over 2 million.
Thank you.
And we're back to almost even gaps between the 3 players. A little bit wider between second and third than first and second.
Oh.
Steve didn't realize it was on him and promptly folds when he sees his cards. Keith says, "Mo money." Bill says, "Mo money." And Keith lets it go. And a quick 200K there for Bill.
Keep doing it. Keep doing it.
Keith, though, still with over 100 big blinds. Little stretch. All right, that's a little better. Oh, the 3-bet from Steve Green. 460K. And Keith had raised, Bill had called, Steve from the big blind re-raises, and now a call from Keith, and Bill is wondering, what do I have to do to win this hand? And he says, no thank you. So the raiser and the re-raiser see ace, queen, 3. Ooh. 450 from Steve. That is the look of a beaten man. Pocket sixes folded. Pocket kings for Steve. A bold bet there on the ace high board.
That would have been fun. You would have got it all. I'm saying after the flop. You wouldn't have folded. Or you would have folded. Nope. I just put you all in with an ace high board. You're just going to call off with kings? Yeah, of course I would.
Steve always has it. I've said it all day today.
250.
We'll raise it to 250,000, pull it around, and Bill's going to the buy.
Final couple of hands this level. And we'll be going up to 40 and 80 in terms of blinds.
Left at this level, keep in the small blind.
That will reduce the number of big blinds on the table
175.
to 167. We're at 222 right now. So cut it by about 25%. Jack 7-4, couple spades between Keith and Bill. Keith will lead, Bill will call. $250,000 apiece. A lot of offsuit deuces on the turns and rivers today that really haven't added to the board texture a whole lot. Loch Ness Monster from Bill now.
Keith is going to make the call, 350. And the call, let's see the river card. The card is the 4 of hearts. Keith is going to be first. Keith checks over to Bill.
Will Bill fire one more? He will. 600K. Been a very briskly paced final table here today. Not a lot of deep debating. Hollywood call from Keith.
Nice hand.
Keith sowing a jack with the crappy kicker and getting it to hold up. Very strong. Didn't look like he was particularly happy about making that call, but makes it and comes down with it. And there's the chip count graphic. It was a pre-flop raise graphic I caught the tail end of there a second ago. Feel free to put all the graphics you want in the screen, guys. It'd be awesome. More stuff to talk about is a good thing.
Sorry, that was the call. That was the wrong chip.
Over to Bill on the small blind.
There you go. 360.
360 is a announced raise. 360,000 over to Steve. 360 is the total bet.
Hang on. What was the... I'm confused.
Just over 1 minute left at this level.
It looked like that wasn't what he threw out, but they ruled it a call. So anyway, Steve with the decision now on the rather large pre-flop raise from Bill. Holy crow. 760. Everyone run screaming. Whatever Keith did, he's now out of the hand. Bill says all in, and oh dear. Steve is thinking now, does he have me beat? Steve says call.
Bill shows ace queen.
Ace queen.
I got the best hand so far.
And deuces.
Couple
Wow.
sevens.
Oh, wow.
Hearts, queen of clubs.
Steve with pocket deuces calls it off and is ahead.
This could be over right now if I would have called.
Huge.
Sevens, yeah.
We're going to double check the chip counts here.
Oh, super huge. Goodness gracious. Again, we don't have the whole card, so we haven't seen everything Steve's played today, but he has had the stone cold nuts just about every time. And for him to call it off,
Seriously. I got ace queen. Okay, you got the ace.
to call it off for 35 bigs here with pocket deuces. Whew.
So Bill does have Steve covered. By about 4 or 5.
And to have a chance.
Bill has the ace queen.
I mean, any pair. I think I heard Keith say he folded sevens. I'm not sure, but here we go to this monstrous, monumental flop.
Flop is 4 of spades.
And
King
some
of
more
hearts.
outs for Bill as he picks up in a close-ended straight draw.
He'll just pick up straight
But
draw.
Steve still hanging on to about a 3-2 chip lead.
Turn card is
Oh,
ace.
there's the ace on the turn, and Steve Green now needs a deuce. Knocked down to 2 outs.
Let's see the river card.
Bill put his opponent to the test, got him to call it off with deuces, and now Steve sees Bill river the nuts, and we are down to heads up play. A fantastic performance at the final table here by Steve Green, walking away with $61,049, more than doubling his previous career tournament earnings lifetime. But maybe the inexperience finally played out there on that last hand. We will get chip counts and set up for the final table heads-up battle from Hollywood Casino in St. Louis, and be back to you in just a couple minutes.
before we begin. Bill in the 3 seat has 6,330,000 in chips. Keith has 6,975,000 in chips. Let's give our final 2 players a round of applause. Nice job, guys.
Congrats either way.
All right.
All right, new blind level here, 40,000, 80,000 with a 40,000 big blind ante. During heads up play, small blind will be on the button. Good luck, guys. Shuffle up and deal.
And welcome back to Heads Up action from the Hollywood Casino in St. Louis. You see the chip counts on the screen right there. Just about 650K difference between the 2 players right now.
Right here?
Keith with the slight edge after Bill's elimination of Steve on the last hand before the end of the level. We have begun this new level, 40 and 80,000 blinds, and we have gone down now to 30-minute blind levels for the heads-up match. And we see the 10-5 deuce flop with some more chips flung into the middle, and we get a 4 of spades on the turn. And Bill bets $500,000 on the turn. And Keith relinquishes his hand, but will maintain his chip lead ever so slightly. Ever so slightly. It's like 6.7 and change to 6.6 and change right now, so we round up there so it looks like 63, 63, but it's not.
Not the turn card I was looking for.
No, you're good with the 80. Oh, I got that.
Season 15 of the Heartland Poker Tour. As you saw there on our stylish new trophy that we're giving away. And for those of you watching at home, that is not a booger on Keith's t-shirt, Mary. It is the pickle, as we've said throughout the broadcast today. One of Keith's 5 boys dealing with juvenile diabetes in a charity event named their walkathon team, the Diabetic Pickles, because kids are awesome. And so that is a t-shirt that he is wearing in honor of his son, who is now 12, doing well. Check that one all the way down at the end, or the last 2 streets, I should say, and the third pair is good enough for Keith to maintain his chip lead, and now extended a little bit to just over $1 million. 6.9 to 6.3 is where we started this heads-up battle at. And as you can see, over 180 big blinds on the table, so this one could last a while, but you never know.
There we go. Get it right here eventually.
Call the heads-up battle in Blackhawk, I believe, was over 4-1 at the start, and really was no movement at all before we got an elimination in relatively short order. $91,735 for our runner-up today. $148,587 for the winner, and the joke could actually come true. Mentioned it before the final table got underway. Bill mentioned that his wife Trish was celebrating her birthday today. I did not get a first-hand report, but rumors have her being 29 today. And one of the other players at the table joked, hey, that'd be a great birthday present, second place finish, obviously insinuating that they were going to win. I don't believe it was Keith who said it. I'm not sure, though, who said it. It could have been. But he might actually finish second now. Of course, he might actually finish first, and it's going to be a memorable birthday either way for Miss Trish. There's going to be even a bigger profit for Bill as he satellited his way into our main event. 375 satellite. Was one of our top 20% finishers. Got his ticket and has parlayed that into a heads-up battle here at this final table at our first event at Hollywood Casino St. Louis. And what an event and series it has been this past week and a half.
Yeah, sorry.
80.
Yeah.
Call.
Who's going to make the call option to Keith in the big line? Keith's going to raise to 400,000, actually back to Bill. Bill's going to fold, and Keith is going to take down the pot.
Oh, is this the oh no, okay, this is not the setup. I thought the folks at our next stop at Hollywood Casino in Lawrenceburg, just outside of Cincinnati, are sending us some photos. All excited about our trip there that we're making, many of us, tomorrow after this final table concludes.
Keith is going to make the call option to Bill in the big blind. He checks it out.
Stops in Pittsburgh and Columbus and Chicago before we head off on our summer break, which of course for many of us is not a break. Many of us are going to be doing workout in Las Vegas, World Series of Poker. I know I'm very excited to get out there and see my fiance again. This long trip, long tour trip, stops back to 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 back. It seems like it.
No, I'm on
80 and 40.
80 and 40.
So it's call over to Keith. And Keith is going to check his option. Let's see a flop.
Little limpage this time.
Queen of diamonds, queen of clubs, nine of diamonds.
Queen, queen. Now we're getting some exciting flops here, but they're not matching up with our players' hands now. It's taken just about the entire final table to get some flops that look like they might bring some interest.
Keith bets 300,000 over the bet. And Bill's going to make the call. 300,000 and a call. Let's see the river card. River card is the 9 of
Betting a call 300K, and now the board's double paired.
Bill says 500,000. Keith folds. And Bill's going to
Bill that's 500,000 and takes it down, and reduces his chip deficit to just about 2 million. There's over 13.3 million in play at this final table. As we count down to the 10-minute mark of this heads-up battle. Just a couple hands have gone out. Thought we'd be long in four-handed play. Thought we'd be long in three-handed play, but we both got some players overbetting, marginal hands, getting caught.
Bill says 500,000. 500,000 total bet back to Keith. And Keith is going to make the call. 500,000.
Ooh, $500,000 apiece going in the pot here. It's Bill with a 3-bet out of the big blind.
Top is king of clubs.
And ace, king, deuce. Could be some more fireworks here.
300,000. As he announced them out over to Keith.
750.
7.
750.
750. That's right. 750,000. As he announced raise 750 actions back to Bill.
Oh, sorry.
And Bill's gonna make the call.
Bill
750,000.
bets, Keith raises, Bill calls. Pot is now $2.5 million.
Third card is the 8 of diamonds. Bill's gonna be first.
8 of diamonds.
300. 300,000 is the announced amount. Over to Keith.
Another small, this time 300,000 again. Lead this time by Bill.
How many more blues you got on the other side of that one?
Bill, Keith looking to see what Bill has left. He raised this amount last time, and he's counting out raising chips again. Although this raise looks like it's going to be bigger.
He's gonna raise total bet. 1 million.
$1 million.
Bill says all in. Over to Keith.
Bill says all
Says all in.
in.
Pull the 1 million in first.
Keith has asked for the 1 million to be called or pulled in. And we'll see what's
Keith wants the 1 million to be pulled in.
pulled in. We'll get you a count of the rest.
Oh my. Got some further inside information about Bill. Mentioned that he satellited his way in. One of his friends messaging me saying that
3.340 is the additional. The million's been pulled in.
the million's been pulled in, 3.34 million left. One of Bill's friends messaging me saying he invested $375 in this buy-in. He played 2 other 375s and won those seats too and sold them. So he's free rolling, and Keith lays it down. Wow. Big swing right there, over 2 million in chips, and I want to see those hole cards. I'm going to watch the broadcast for that one. See those hole cards.
Wasn't an easy one. It's a good bet if you didn't have it. Thanks, buddy. Yes, indeed.
And Bill's going to be first actor on the button. 80,000 is our big flop.
Getting some inside information here.
Option 2 Keith.
Trying to. Can't communicate it. Top secret.
And Keith checks his option. Flop is deuce of clubs, 5 of diamonds, queen of clubs. Keith is first. He checks over to Bill.
Check.
Bill checks as well. Both players check the flop. Let's see the turn. Turn card is the 6 of hearts. Keith is first. Checks over to Bill. Bill's going to bet 200,000. Actions back to Keith. Keith is going to raise to 500,000. Actions back to Bill. And Bill's going to make the call. 500,000 and a call. Let's see the river card. The card is the 7 of hearts.
7 of hearts now here on the end. I was engaged in a messaging situation with some of my spies. Can't share all the information with you about what players might have had in that previous hand, but you're going to want to watch TV, I can tell you that much.
Keith is going to bet 800,000.
Huge drama right there, as Bill took the chip lead from Keith for the first time at this final table.
2.5 million.
Heads up battle, and now
2.5 is the announced raise.
the check raise from Bill.
Back to Keith.
And Keith
The
is
hell?
confused.
I need a minute on this.
Gonna need a minute on this as he giggled to himself, kind of high-pitched. I hate to say it, but Keith might be in a pickle here.
2.5 million. Total 2.5 million.
1.2 million in the pot before the river. Bill checks to Keith, who bets out a third of the pot. And then Bill check raises for more than the pot. Oh, the drama. Call.
Bill shows the 8 of spades, 4 of spades.
Bill shows a rivered gut shot 8 high straight.
Shows 6 deuce for 2 pairs, 6 is
Keith shows 2 pair on the turn. What a card on the end for Bill Burns, who has now taken a stranglehold on this final table.
Bill.
Wow.
It was gross. Double gutter.
I know. It's gross.
Maybe a double gutter, yeah, but it's not any less gross.
I don't even know if I bet you off the turn that much with the double
Remember,
gutter.
Keith finished third here in St. Louis last August. He's going to better that, but is it going to be by just 1 spot? Or is it going to be by 2? If it's going to be the latter, we're going to need to have a massive comeback now as he finds himself down 5-1 in chips.
40,000, 80,000 on the blinds, with the 40,000 been playing any 14 minutes left. Keith is going to be first back on the button. Keith folds and Bill's going to take down the pot. Bill's going to be first back trying the button. 80,000 is our big blind. Bill's going to make the call. Option to Keith in the big blind. Keith checks his option. All right, let's see a flop. Flop is jack of diamonds, 8
Now we get a limped pot,
Keith is first. He checks over to Bill. Bill's going to bet 200,000.
and Bill's going to start playing some big stack here, it looks like. Bets the jack 8-6 and takes it down. Keith's got plenty of play left with 27 big blinds, but when your opponent's got 139, it can be quite intimidating. Gotta feel that you have to have it.
Keith is going to fold and Bill's going to get a walk. And then we'll win the pot.
Another jackpot winner here.
Congratulations to another lucky jackpot winner at Hollywood Casino St. Louis. Please visit our Facebook page for more winners. You could be
Bill's
the
going to make
next
the call. Option to
Good
Keith
luck,
in the big
and thank
blind.
you for choosing Hollywood Casino.
Interesting now that Bill's limping a little bit here. Looking for Keith to hang himself.
Keith's going to raise the 225,000, 225 over to Bill.
I call.
Bill says call.
Bill will call for the 2 1/4.
Yeah, call.
Blue and that yellow stack over there.
Just the blue
This over here?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
All right, let's see the flop. Flop is 10 of clubs, 8 of hearts, 4 of clubs. Keith is first back.
500.
500,000 is the announced amount by
All
Keith.
in. Call.
Bill says all, you said all in and a
500
call.
all in, call, bing bang boom on the 10-8-4.
All right, Keith has pocket queens here. Queen of
Keith
hearts,
has
queen of
pocket
spades.
queens.
4 out there. Hell, put a queen out there.
Bill has 10 of
Bill
diamonds,
did
10 of
flop
clubs.
top
Bill does
pair
not
with the
flop pair
10s,
here,
but
pair of 10s, but Keith has pocket queens.
Keith has the over pair.
Currently in the lead here, but his tournament life
4-1 edge right now, but
is turn guard.
he is at risk.
Turn
6
guard
of
is
diamonds,
diamond.
no help.
Let's see the
Keith
river
needs a
card.
10 or a 3 on the end to become our champion. He does not get it. Both players have 2 pair, but Keith gets the double up with his pocket queens. And my. Just when we're going to settle in for a long winter's nap here with two guys relatively even, heads up. Both of them with about 80 big blinds between them. All sorts of fireworks and excitement here. We've seen the chip lead change hands. We've seen a double up. We've seen a huge pot aside from that as well. And now we're down to more of a 2-to-1 chip situation here as Keith storms his way back into contention.
I'll give you what I need. I just. What is it? 40.
We've gotten ourselves reorganized now after that double up.
Keith is going to raise.
Oh, 175.
100. 175, right?
Yeah.
No, I can't. It has to be. Yeah.
No, it can be 175. Yeah, there's no. 175 is the bet. Blinds is 40 and 80,000 for another 9 minutes. If we get that far. Goodness gracious. Jack 4 deuce.
Keith checks as well. Both players check the flop. Let's see the turn. Turn card is the 4 of hearts. Bill is first.
Another 4. And Bill plops out 2 blue chips. Keith follows in kind. And another wheel card on the end. Both players check. Ace 10 for third nut, no pair, and Keith is going to take it down. You can see that Keith has been more showdown active during the course of the day today, but Bill is the one with the chip lead right now.
40.
Oh yeah. You don't get a break, doing the blinds.
What's that?
I said you don't get a break having to put
I
blinds
know.
out.
Bill's going to be first back down the button. 80,000 is a big blind. Bill's going to raise to 225,000, 225 over Keith. And Keith is going to make the call. 225 and a
If
call.
this keeps up, I might be able to go home to get back to the hotel and check out my Capitals tonight as they play the New Jersey Devils. Quite the division race we have going right now with the Islanders and Deadwins. Bill with the flop bet takes that one down.
Keith is going to be first actor on the button. Keith is going to raise the 200,000 over to Bill.
6.
600,000 is the announced amount. Actions back to Keith.
A 3-bet here from Bill. Makes it 600K. Tripling Keith's open.
And Keith is going to
And
make
he
the call.
calls.
600,000 and a call. All right, let's see a flop. Bottom 6 of spades, 3 of clubs, 9 of spades. Bill is first.
6.
600,000 is the announced amount over to Keith.
Bill goes for 600K.
All in.
All in.
Sec, please.
Keith says all in. Almost 4 million.
You got over 4 million, don't you?
No less.
It's about 4.
Bill lets it go. Well, it has been quite the 25 minutes of heads-up play here, folks. Neither of these guys are shy about getting involved, getting in action, putting each other to the test. Chips going back and forth constantly, hand after hand. And we're almost right back where we started. In the overall scheme of things, the total amount has basically been about 1.25 to 1.5 million going from Keith's stack over to Bill's. About 1.4-ish. And we're going to limp this one. $57,000, the difference between first and second place here in Hollywood, St. Louis. So a good payday on both ends, but a sizable difference for both players as well. For Keith, that's about $10,000 a kid. What is this? I think that's the first way we've ever had here at an HPT final table. Apparently Keith and Bill know each other very well.
How'd those aces look?
Playing in
They look good? What's that? Those aces just now? Yeah.
local card rooms. Know each other pretty well. Maybe why they're not afraid to make the moves they've made against each other heads up so far.
All right. That's what I get for saying that, right?
He's going to be first. He's going to race at 225, 200. 25,000 over to Bill. Bill's going to make the call. 225 and a call. That's his block. Front is 8 of clubs, 7 of spades, 10 of diamonds. Bill is first. He checks. Keith checks as well. Both players check the flop. Let's see the turn. 20 cards of jack of spades. Bill is first. Bill's going to bet 300,000 over Keith.
300,000 bet by Bill on the turn.
Keith is going to make the call. 300,000 and a call. Let's see the river card. The card is the ace of hearts. Bill is first. 600,000 is the announced amount.
600,000 now on the end. And Keith finally lets it go.
Thank you.
Just over 1 minute left at this level.
Closing in on the end of a very exciting opening level of heads-up play here. Get one more, maybe 2 more hands in. And then we'll head to the 6-figure stratosphere. 100,000 big blinds.
Bill's first stack he folds, and Keith is going to get a walk and win the pot.
Woo!
Cheering the walk. Take whatever you can.
Keith is going
Go ahead.
We'll get a limp from Keith this time. Bill's been doing the limping mostly. A few times we've had it heads up. Queen Jack 9, rainbow. Bill was becoming a pretty standard $200,000 opening. $500,000 raised by Keith. Bill's going to let it go. I think Keith may be sensing that Bill's been kind of rote there with the 200,000 flop bet. Might want to alter that bet sizing just for appearance's sake, and we'll switch dealers as we go from 40-80 to 50 and 100,000 blinds.
Oh, goodness. Gotta work on your chant. We're gonna get these off the table, boss.
No, because they're 61.29.
Okay.
So we don't need a lot, but we'll keep it cool.
Sounds good.
51, we'd have to 75 with 50.
That leaves us
51's
with
pretty easy, though.
133
After this level, we can
big blinds on the table.
All right, 50,000, 100,000. 50,000 big blind Andy. 50 here.
Yeah, you're on 50.
There we go. All right, it's a bill on the button. 100,000 big. 300,000 over to Keith.
And 156 of heads up play as Bill triples and takes. We could go a couple more levels here if things pan out reasonably. We've got 61.20, we've got 81.60. Still to go here this session. That might do it. As far as what is reasonable, that would put just over 50. If we get up to 61.20,
Good hand. Thanks, man.
that'll put just about 100 bigs on the table, right? Well, I mean, that's not what I'm talking about. We get up to 81.60 is what I was talking about. The end of this session, this 2-hour session. That'll put about 80 big blinds on the table at that point. That might be where the math starts to come into play. As we get a queen, queen, 10 flop. And both check to the turn. Another 200K. This time just a call by Keith of that amount. Pocket queens causes all sorts of problems here. Keith shows a 5 for a full house, and that will be good enough. Keith, unfortunately, with the sound of one hand clapping in his cheering section.
It's all right. Gotcha.
444 players in this HPT main event at Hollywood Casino St. Louis, down to our final 2. Almost broke our record for the HPT for the main event. But numbers had been going down a little bit over the last couple of events, and we had bumped back up by about 50%, so we were very pleased to see that resurgence in the market here as Keith takes the bet down on the flop. And certainly we saw the resurgence here with our opening event, our kickoff event. A new Missouri state record, almost 1,300 players in our event in one field, broke the previous state record by 20%. Absolutely astonishing. And then the tag team event broke the HPT record by a huge number as well. 155 teams in that event. Absolutely fantastic. And a little bit different for those of you who are wondering about the tag team and what that means on the HPT here. I know we obviously that field size doesn't compare to the WSOP tag team event and how massive that is, but that event's run a little bit differently, where basically two people are playing one stack and you can switch whenever you want. For the HPT version of that, two people are playing two stacks, and the supervisor at random intervals calls out switch, and immediately both players have to get up in the middle of the hand even and switch seats, I should say. The stacks stay at where they are, but the players switch seats, and you don't know what's happened in previous actions. You don't know what the table dynamics are. All sorts of fun and chaos and all sorts of hysterical stories surrounding that event, not the least of which was one where where the husband and wife team, where the husband busted out and left the poker area, went down the escalator to go play some craps. The wife is still in action. She looks down at pocket aces just in time to hear the supervisor yell, "Switch!" And she's looking around, trying to find where the hell her husband is. He finally comes back up the escalator 20 minutes later, and she is ready to tear him at least 5 or 7 new ones, until he showed her about the $4,000 that he had won at the craps table, and she kind of simmered down a little bit, but she still wasn't happy about the aces getting mucked because he wasn't back there at his seat. And excuse me for telling this story while we have a massive pot building here. A third of the chips in play already, and now on the river, checked to Keith, and he puts in over $1 million, and Bill says call. Keith mucks. And Bill does not have to show his hand.
Do you have an ace, Bill? I do. Yeah.
Wow. I'm busy telling my story. And I see 1.1 million going on the turn. I'm like, whoa, I better finish this up in a hurry. And just like that, we are back to a 5-to-1 chip advantage for Bill. Keith 3-bet jams. Bill lifts up the shades to take a look. Bill says call. King Jack against pocket fives, the classic race. Is it King Jack? I think it is suited, is it not? Both clubs?
5 of spades.
Yes, King Jack suited against pocket fives. Classic race, true coin flip, all those goody deals. Bill Burns with a chance to become our next HPT main event champion if he improves. He does not.
7.
Of course, yeah, Bill calling for a 7, which would counterfeit Keith's pocket fives. Turn card is a 6. That's a more counterfeiting outs possible here. King, Jack, 7, 6. 12 outs.
No, I can't do that.
3-to-1 favorite for Keith to double up.
King Jack 7 or 6, or he's going to lose in second place. Let's see the river card.
The river card is a queen. It's a face card, but it's the wrong one. And a big sigh of relief from Keith Heine, who is still in this tournament. Needs to second to recollect himself here as the chips are counted out, but he is still at a 2-to-1 disadvantage. A little more than 2-to-1.
1.490 on the all-in amount by Keith. 1.490 and a double up for Keith.
Goodness gracious me. The pickle is still smiling, though. He's still cheering it on.
I need to connect on some of these flops now. Wait, he's on the big. Yeah, that's right.
first act here on the button. 20 minutes left at this level.
Of course, one of my favorite stories from a tag team tournament was at the WSOP.
Bill's first, he checks over Keith. Keith checks as well. Both players check the flop. Let's see the turn. Gotta get behind the log. Turn card is the 8 of spades. Bill's going to bet 100,000. Keith folds. And Bill's going to take down the pot.
I really didn't think you had an ace that hand. That's the only way that you. Right. I mean, you can understand what I'm thinking.
When the
You're taking it down right there.
boyfriend-girlfriend team of Liv Bory and Igor Kurganov won their,
I'll check.
I believe, each person's respective first WSOP bracelet. They won the tag team event. I've become pseudo-friendly with Liv over the years. Scary to think how many years it's been now, but remember when she burst onto the scene? It's over a decade ago now, and I happened to be on a break and knew that she was at the final table with Igor, and Igor was playing at the time. Liv was in the stands with her friend Kate Hall, and I think maybe somebody else. Forget who it was at the time, but happened to be there when the decisive hand came down, and Liv leaped over the barricade to give her boyfriend a giant bear hug, obviously, then came back to the rail and gave me a hug and had a smile on her face that I'll always remember. That was very seeing someone so happy, that happy, and as she stated in her acceptance speech, winning the bracelet with her boyfriend made it extra special, and I can certainly relate to that.
Bill's going to bet 400,000 over Keith.
I can't get anything.
One of the coolest moments that I've experienced in now 11 years of dealing the World Series of Poker. Signed up for year number 12 this summer.
Keith makes the call. Bill shows ace-9 for a pair of nines.
Bill hits a 9 on the end here, and Keith very begrudging about what happened there. He might have had a deuce or might have had another pair, smaller than sixes per se. Gets bitten by the river, and you see the 10-3 situation right now on the board.
Oh, man. I can't fade the river right now.
Keith bemoaning his fate. Now, you did fade the river a minute ago when the guy had 48 outs to counterfeit you. So, not entirely true there, Keith, but I can understand your frustration, certainly. Expected it to be maybe a little bit more back and forth. Excuse me. It's kind of been one-sided here, and Bill's favored at this point. But we know how it all can change in one hand. Could be this hand. Quick bet and fold there for Keith. Small pot for Pickle Power, which has been kind of on the wane here the last half hour or so. We are now halfway through this second level of heads-up play.
He makes the call option to Bill in the big blind. He's going to raise the 300,000 total bet. And Keith makes the call, 300,000 and a call. Let's see it flop. There's 8 of hearts, ace of diamonds, king of hearts. Bill is first. Check. Bill checks over to Keith. Keith is going to bet. 500,000 is bet by Keith. 500,000 over to
500,000 bet for Keith on the flop.
Bill's going to make the call. 500,000.
And Bill with the call. The pot now is almost Keith's remaining stack. And it's checked over to him again. All in snap call. Oh, and Bill has trapped him with top set.
Oh, it's never over.
Bill does flop a set of aces. Ace of hearts, ace of clubs. Keith has.
I think it's going to be the 7 of hearts.
Deuce of hearts.
Keith has a
Seven of
flush
hearts.
draw. a deuce of hearts and a jack of hearts. Jack deuce, so he flopped a flush draw against top set, and it's all in the middle. Keith needs a heart, or it's over. River, card, Mr. Wayne. It's a deuce of clubs, and Bill Burns is your newest HPT main event champion. Happy birthday to wife Trish. What a moment here, and a tremendous showing by Keith Heine. But Bill trapped him with pocket aces in top set and made the magic happen. And halfway through level number 2 of this heads-up battle, we have reached an exciting and dramatic conclusion. And we have our newest HPT main event champion in Bill Burns. He will get all the chips pushed over to his pile. And isn't it always great to take that final photo legitimately as a tournament champion with pocket aces? And Bill Burns will have that chance here in just a moment. First, we get our closing interviews done. We go out to Jeremy Smith at the final table.
Bill, we'll get you in just a second. All right, let me know. Hello, everyone. I'm here with our second place finisher, Keith Heine. Now, Keith, great battle back and forth there. Tell me about that last hand.
I hadn't picked up many hands at all, and so a heart draw looks, I'm short already anyways. And I tried to make something happen with a flush draw. Obviously, it's never folding. It's got a set of aces, so I still had outs going in the river against top set, so that's not bad.
No, you did well. Is there anything you feel you could have done differently today throughout the final table?
Yeah, I think heads up, I just maybe could have waited a little more. Didn't get anything and tried to make something happen. And shocker, Bill had an ace. So I think he has one in his pocket. So anyways, it's just the way it is.
No.
You know, happens sometimes.
Absolutely. You played great throughout the day. A lot of people saw your shirt here. Tell me about your shirt.
My son, my 12-year-old son, George, he was diagnosed with juvenile type 1 diabetes back in July. And St. Louis area does a walk, and we've got a bunch of our friends and family together, and we had a group, and we called ourselves, by his choice, the Diabetic Pickles. So that's just kind of to raise awareness to, type 1 diabetes, and it's a struggle for the people with that every day. So anyways, that's more important than this tournament, to be honest.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Now, still walking away with $91,000 in cash. What's your plans for the money?
I got to ask the boss over there. So
Gotta ask the boss.
No, we got we have 5 kids, so we'll go to Costco.
Spend all that at Costco, he says. Well, there you have it. Let's give a round of applause for our second place finisher, Keith. Nice job, Keith. All right, hop in here, Bill. Nice job, Bill.
Going to Costco might be a top 5 all-time response ever, by the way, for an interview as to what we're going to do with the money. But let's go back now to Jeremy with our newest HPT main event champion.
Yeah, I want you to come in and talk.
Hello, everyone. I'm here with our new HPT champion, Bill Burns. Bill, tell me about that last hand. That was a big one.
Woke up to pocket aces. What can I say, man? I slow played him a little bit. He went ahead and jammed. I was a little bit disappointed when he flipped over a heart draw. I was like, whoa, wait a second. But it ended up working out. You flop a set. Sometimes you get lucky and it holds up against the heart draw.
Absolutely. He still had a few outs there. That was unexpected there to flop that set. Still a few outs there. Was there a point today where you said to yourself you're going to win this tournament? Because you started the day third in chips.
I always feel pretty confident going in. I don't want to sound like cocky or anything, but I feel confident. I felt like I had a good stack. But Keith, all along, we've been playing the last couple of days together. He's a hell of a player, so I thought that he was going to be my biggest competition, to be honest with you. Him and Greg Wood. I mean, those guys they're good. Greg came in short stack, but it was fun. It worked out.
Yeah, it was a great battle back and forth. You started the day, very close to the chip lead. Now, I heard from someone, now you're an attorney, was there a chance that you might not have made this final table today? Tell me about that.
So I actually had a jury trial scheduled this morning. I had to be at court at 8:15, and I knew I was way down the list, but if everybody else got passed, I was stuck, and they were just going to blind me out. I was going to beg for a continuance, then I was going to throw a temper tantrum, but I got through, and I made it.
Well, nice, you made it. In an HPT championship here. Now, I know you mentioned you donate some of your winnings to charity as well. Tell me about that.
I do. It's called First Descents, and I got Aaron Corson over here. I would love for him to talk about it for just a second, if you wouldn't
Come
mind.
on in here. Come on in. Tell us about the charity that Bill's playing for here.
Sure. Yeah, First Descents is an organization that sends young adult cancer survivors between 18 and 39 on life-changing adventures in the outdoors, climbing, surfing, kayaking, to really help them heal from experiencing cancer at such a young age. So I've actually been on 2 trips, and I'm a survivor myself, and it absolutely changed my life, and I can't tell you how much it means to me that Bill is donating some of his winnings. It's just amazing.
Let's give a hand for that. Nice job, Bill. Nice job. Now, Bill, you're walking away with almost $150,000 in cash besides donating some of that to charity. What's your plans for the money?
Honey? Hoping to go to Europe. I think that's what we're going to do.
All right, both have to ask for permission on what to do with it.
Absolutely.
Are you going to Costco as well?
Absolutely.
All right, one more round of applause. Let's hear for our new champion, Bill Burns. Nice job, Bill. There you have it. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Jeremy. Dominic Siebert here, ready to close things out. A tremendous tournament series here. First time at Hollywood Casino in St. Louis, and boy, the turnouts were just absolutely fabulous, setting the state record in our kickoff event, and now with a near 50% increase in our main event field, and we're going to be coming back a little bit later on this summer, hoping for bigger and better things. Hopefully a couple more records can fall, and maybe we can get a $200K first place prize here for our main event. That would be outstanding. But Bill Burns is certainly happy with the near $150K that he's going to be walking away with today, and boy, they both know where their bread is buttered, huh? Asking the wife to make sure where the money's going to go. And obviously both with some wonderful charitable comments there as well, as I'm sure diabetes research and the cancer survivor outreach program that they talked about there will be getting some nice donations today. But that's going to wrap it up here. One more time from the Heartland Poker Tour. We're headed next to Cincinnati, and we'll see you in a couple of weeks with our next HPT Final Table. Until then, Dominic Siebert here, hoping you have a great afternoon and evening, and we'll see you next time on the Heartland Poker Tour.